Hello, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and welcome to, well, I guess what would technically be session, what is this, 60?
I think it's 60, yeah.
It would technically be session 60, but due to the way that we're restructuring the campaigns and the way that we're going to be, labeling them on the channel, this is Book 5, Chapter 11. As a way to break them up a little bit better in case somebody is stumbling upon them brand new, as it's a lot easier to dive into, session 10 of an arc as opposed to session 60 of a campaign. At least mentally it helps. So that's why this is Book 5, Chapter 11, what would actually be session 60. So with that, that is the big important note at the beginning. Last week we were missing, Red Panda Oscar, thank you very much for the follow. That's amazing. Oh, Oscar, yeah, from the Eric's One Shot. Heck yeah, welcome. Hey, what's up? The other thing is Eurydice is back this week. So close to the top of the session, we will reintroduce Eurydice and see what happened on her mission with the Silent Shields. But we'll have to roll the intro and find out afterwards. So let's roll the intro and get started. Yeah, very cool. Keep an eye out. Even though the thumbnails aren't right yet, soon they will be. It's just very time consuming. Anyway, let's go ahead and dive into today's session. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I do not do the summary. No, instead I have my players do the summary to share the load. And it's Felicity's turn. Yeah, so Felicity, take it away.
Okay, so last session, which was 59, but chapter 10 of book 5. All right, so what happened? After introducing everyone, they all explained to Jasmine and Thor what is going on. So basically, like, Jasmine and Thor showed up, and the party was like, oh god, that's a lot, all at once. Basically, though, they kind of let them know what's going on and everything, with, like, the ball and all the drama and the 13. And now has a plan to basically corner Lorrokan and Malice, and then hopefully being able to end or finish off at least one of them. So after the party agrees that that's a pretty chill idea, or at least the best that we got, they all start to prepare for the ball. They're visited by 2 of the Silent Shields, who need Yuri to come help them in Tarkir. She accepts while Blossom stays with the party to help with the mission. Some conversations are had before the start of the ball as well. Twig and Yorick have a tough conversation about fate and hit some rocky topics. Nelf and Yorick have a chat as well in order to reach a bit more of an understanding of each other. Lila talks with Twig regarding the tough conversation she had with Yorick, and finally Yorick talks to Galdivan about their places in life and maybe what she should do now with her freedom. On their way to the ball, Jasmine also fills Lila in on the rough spot that her family is in, and she turns into her wintry colors. But they all push on and try and do the thing that needs to be done at the ball. So at the ball, many rich people of Hearthcrest are seen, but Nalf is locked in on his mother, Malice, Mommy Malice. They have a tense dance, and Nalf makes his intentions for her as clear as can be. Though she tries to toy with him and get the upper hand, the party moves quick. They find Malice and Aline in the garden talking about how they basically have fucked up, or at least how Aline's fucked up. Basically, things aren't going well for them. Yorick confronts them and summons Lorrokan, but then Lila summons Thor, and a big old brawl begins. Unfortunately, Malice does slip away really quickly, and Thor is fast to fuck up Lorrokan really quick. Aline does decide to stay to help Lorrokan, hoping to potentially fix her place with the 13 again, but in the end, Lorrokan does slip away, as he notices that he is losing with Thor there, and Aline just gives up. the party then make sure that she can't slip away and bind her. They question her and learn that she is Renee Marcolt, Saralina Farron, the fake aunt for Yuri, along with Eileen Sananios. She reveals where the location of our time machine objecty things are, which we need to go collect. But we have to use a lot of air quotes suggestion to get those answers from her. She also kind of reveals that she has a lot of like secrets and things bound within Hearthcrest, the school, and so basically there's a lot of her touch there that they probably should go and find and not just let sit there for other people to discover, because you don't know what their intentions are. They do decide to kill her with balefire because she is a lich, so that will sever her soul from the weave and by connection the dark one, so that if for some reason they do try to, if her body or whatever comes back and gathers, it won't be the Eileen with the sorceress with the soul, or the lich, so it'll just be a body. And so and that's kind of where they left off. It was a little much. There was a lot that happened, so I guess we're going home now is the answer. Ooh, ball time.
Woo, ball time. Exactly. So that is right where we're going to pick up. All of you had just seen Thor vanish in
Oh, shit! All of that part! I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, go ahead and fill that in. I'll add it on in the little story so far.
So all of you see Thor vanish just after he shared with all of you that he did finish the job. He was able to go back to his father, Odin, and gain magical knowledge of how to see into the ethereal plane. He came back to Hearthcrest without the party, and he killed Lorokan. But when Thor presented Lorokan's head to the party, it was revealed that he did not use balefire to kill Lorokan, something that all of you are aware is needed to permanently kill the 13, sever them from the Dark One. With that knowledge, you know that Lorokan is dead, and he will be for a while, but he still will be able to come back eventually. When that is exactly, you're not super sure, but most likely it is sooner rather than later. Thor is scolded by his father Odin in that moment in front of all of you, and Thor vanishes in a crash of thunder and lightning, leaving the rest of you in the garden alone. As you are there, the rain and thunder is still present, a lingering effect of the presence of the Allfather. All of you look towards one and other, knowing that while you weren't able to defeat either the Malice Bagnir or Lorokan Kalukatho, at least Renane, Markle, Saralina Farron, or any one of those other aliases has been dealt with. That, in and of itself, is a win. And if nothing else today, in that moment, you've proven that you have the allies, the tools necessary to defeat the 13. Something that the Dark One and the rest of the 13 will not forget soon. So as all of you are standing out there in the rain, looking back towards one and other, you can see what looks to be Jasmine heading down the stairs at this point into the area, hearing none of the fighting happening anymore. And she'll come up to you, Lila, or at least looking down towards you from the terrace where she was at, and say, "So, did it work? Is it done?"
We're safe. It's all right.
Good. Good. And she smiles, knowing you're safe. At least that you made it out the other end. Well,
Yeah.
I think that it'd be best for us to all head back to the tower then. Would hate for any of you to get sick standing out here in the rain.
Yeah, probably a good call.
Alright. And you can see that there is a little bit of there is definitely a solemn air amongst the group, but you do make your way out of the Hornwood Keep, which has been almost entirely deserted, as far as you can see, as you make your way back towards the carriages, and eventually back to the Tatiana Tower on Hornwood Boulevard. Entering in to the tower, the sounds of rain fade as you're in this isolated, small, temperature-controlled pocket dimension. You can hear the constant warmth, the constant burning of a hearth, and that constant warmth surrounding the entire area. Upon entering, Alfred does greet you with a soft smile and helps prestidigitate to get all of the soaked rain or blood or tears out of your clothes, especially of these very fine outfits that all of you collected. He collects those items, coats, whatever, and he does say, I wasn't sure what time you'd be back, so I do have some... because of the rain I saw, I prepared some hot tea for you, should you choose. If there's anything else you need, don't hesitate to ask, as always, with a reassuring smile. Obviously being able to read the room, he'll nod, and unless there's anything that anybody needs from him, he will depart to leave all of you alone in the living room.
Thanks, bud.
Oh. You're welcome.
Lila will just pour her some tea. Sit down.
Okay.
I'll go grab a cup as well, but do they have little biscuits?
Yeah, they're
Oh
little
my
biscuits
God.
here.
We do. Yeah.
Dump that in. Wow. Yeah, now we'll have some tea as well.
York's already on his second cup.
You can't chug hot tea, Yorick.
He's fire resistant. He said, I can.
Is that a challenge?
Yeah.
It's on his third now.
What is he doing? Is he just like opening and like dumping it down his throat?
Just the cups are smaller than he would like, so he's just drinking it really quickly.
Oh yeah, I get that.
Fair enough.
I get that, yeah. Okay. So as all of you are sitting, just trying to warm yourselves up from the cold, torrential rain from outside, is there anything in particular you're doing, or are you just waiting for you to be tired enough to go to bed, or is anybody waiting for Eurydice to return? Like staying up to wait for her, I guess, is the question.
So, just kind of like question out of character to everybody. Our plan essentially now is basically to continue forward, right? Just to press forward to the college, get the information we need to get from there. Lila talks to Dad, and then we wait for our alien friend, essentially, right?
I feel like there's a lot in between those things.
Yeah, those are the
Well,
big
yeah.
Downtime, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, like...
Main objective-wise, yes.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. We definitely have plenty to do in between.
Right. I think those are definitely the big strokes. The only other thing that I think could end up becoming a big thing is what we find hidden that Saralina has left at the college. It could just be books that we try and information that we get rid of, but I'm wondering if there's something else there, but it also might not be like a whole different thing. I don't know. That's the only other thing that could be big. But otherwise, yeah, I agree. That's basically what we're doing.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was just trying to get, what the main goal was. Yeah, no, Nalfian has plenty he needs to do in town still. And I know a lot of people had plans of things to do here.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we still got the tournament.
Yeah.
Oh, amen.
Would we want to go get those two pieces of the device before going to the college? The two that we, definitely know where they are?
Yeah, that was another question. Since
I
we know...
feel-
Go ahead.
I feel like for the piece that's on the Accursed Isle, I think almost that one might be a good idea to wait until we have Ephron. Like, we already know he's
Agreed.
good at helping us. But with the other two, that's just a matter of bopping in, getting him, and coming out.
Yeah, we can at least get the one that's in Hearthcrest probably at least tomorrow. And then we can do the next one whenever if we want to do it right away, or we can, because we can just teleport to Wheat Hill.
Yeah. Do like a little triangle, like we'll head up to the college tomorrow, do our stuff there, grab the piece that's there, pop over to Wheat Hill, and then come back once we've got that as well.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Plans. Woo!
Yeah.
To answer your question, Joe, York's going to go to bed before Eurydice comes back, because they said it could be like days, like plural, so he's going to stay up. She'll come back when she comes back.
Okay.
Yeah,
Won't speak for anyone else, though.
Twig's probably not going to be staying up much longer either. Should have said Joy had tea and probably head up.
Yeah, probably stay with Lila then. It's been a very long day.
Yeah, Nelfian would definitely say his goodnights to Twig. He'd probably stay up to work on his poem for a little bit. But the dude made it seem like we weren't going to see Eurydice again for like at least a week. So yeah, he'll stay up for like an hour to write a little bit and then head off to bed himself.
Okay. Alrighty. Sounds good. So everybody sort of goes to their respective rooms over the course of a couple of hours, sort of heading off one by one by one. Eventually, all of you do find sleep, and sleep is peaceful when it is had within the Tatiana Tower. At about 5, 6 a.m. when Nalfian, you're probably one of the... Nalfian and Lila, because the two of you have the trances, the two people to wake up first and start doing their things and beginning to head around. You do... the two of you would hear a knock at the door right around 5:30 in the morning. Seems as though this might be right before Alfred wakes up. So it's up to the two of you as you sort of look at each other as you're downstairs.
Yeah, Papa's not going to answer Lila's door for her. He's just
no. Lila will answer the door. It's her house. So also just note, because she's dramatic as fuck, she's definitely wearing like a robe that's like, I'm about to kill my old rich husband kind of vibes.
God, with like feathers on it and shit.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh,
the bell sleeves.
hell yeah. You know what? Delphine's a little jealous. Pretty fucking nice.
Fair. Yeah, she's not a knight. She can be all gaudy, so...
Oh yeah, man.
Oh yeah, she'll go open the door.
Okay. So as you open the door, much to your dismay, it is not Eurydice. Not yet. Instead, you see a woman that you are very familiar with, that you did not expect to see. Flanked behind her is a retinue of knights, probably 12, 6 on each side. You can see short-cropped white hair, a tunic of overlaying greens and whites, a red tattoo on her face, and these emerald green eyes, as well as these hair clips in her hair that seems to be these like decadent butterflies that just sort of cling to her hair. You would recognize this as Lady Abigail Hornwood, the head of the Hornwood house and one of the most powerful ladies in Iverion.
And she will bow, and then say, my lady, how can I assist you this morning? Thank you for coming by.
Oh. Please stand. No reason for that much formality this early in the morning. I just had a few things I wanted to drop off and to thank you for. Would you mind if we came in?
Oh, please do. And she will let them in.
She'll come in. The 12 knights come in with her. Um,
Of course.
yeah. And they just kind of place themselves equal spaced around the room. As you can see, the two at the very back are carrying 2 chests, like 1 each. Both equal size, not too large, maybe like a 2 foot by 1 foot chest that would fit like right at the end of a smaller bed in a tavern or in a room. And speaking to the two of you, she says, "Please share this with the rest of your party. It's just, with everything that happened last night, today is quite a busy day for me. So the early morning is the only time I had to do this." And as looking to the rest of you, recognizing the shared elven heritage, as you can tell that she's most likely a wood elf. You can see the pointed ears. Mornings are typically the times when most folk that need a full 8 hours, I can tend to get away with doing things that are a bit more personal this time in the morning. But I wanted to present a small gift to you and your group for what you had done. I know you, from what Jasmine and Lord Odinson shared with me, there was a fair bit of danger that could have fallen upon my home, my keep, my people, and it didn't. And I see all of you as responsible for that. So to express my gratitude to you and your companions, I'd like to gift upon you 2 things. And one chest will come forward and the chest will open. You can see 5 different pouches, and in each pouch is 100 platinum.
Oh.
Wow.
Say less.
So, right, it's 100 platinum, right? Let me double check my notes.
Wait, I'm already adding it to my thing.
So it's 5 pouches of 100 platinum.
Yeah, 5 pounds. Yeah, 100 platinum. Yep,
Oh
yep, yep.
my god.
So each person gets 100 platinum.
Yep, each person gets 100 platinum. And then also, this is more of a customary gift, but I'm sure it will be useful in your adventures. One of the rare horns of House Hornwood. And the second chest will open.
Aww.
And you see this wonderfully decadent bronze horn that is, what is like a war horn pretty much. It's not like a bugle horn or like a French horn or anything like that. It's just like a crescent that is this sort of dark wood base with metal fittings and engravings and inlays all around it. It is beautiful. Now, these horns must be used by those who are skilled in battle, particularly those that, regardless of what martial weapon they may find, they can use it. It respects warriors in battle, specifically those with the valor of knights. A individual who has been knighted, who blows this horn, their companions around them, they're not afraid of nearly as much. They are able to steel themselves against creatures that would attempt to manipulate their minds, and they find themselves to be extra hardy. But until this horn is returned to the tombs of the previous lords and ladies of House Hornwood, it can only be used once. So only use it in a time that is dire. And pretty much,
Hell yeah.
out of that, it requires, this horn doesn't require attunement, but it is a one-time use, one action to blow the horn, to cast Hero's Feast. But
You are so obsessed with that freaking spell, Joe.
it's a good
Honestly.
spell. Okay, you know what?
I
Never
know
mind.
it
Never
is.
mind. She doesn't give you the
I'm not
horn.
mad about it. Stay obsessed.
I'm not mad. It's just funny because he loves that spell. God.
I'm sure it won't be useful for any of you when you go to the Astral Sea.
You're
It's
great,
so
Joe.
useful. We appreciate you.
So, must be requires to be blown by somebody who has been knighted. And instead of taking 10 minutes to cast Hero's Feast, it casts Hero's Feast in one action.
Nice.
For same number of allies, so 10 allies, up to 10 allies, that can hear it in a. Because the thing is it's audible in a 500-foot range. So it's definitely not a let's blow this all sneaky like before we go into a fight.
Nah, it's a horn, I would assume.
Yeah, it doesn't have a silencer on it. So yeah. So there's the money and the bronze horn of valor.
While she's talking, can Nalfian just kind of read, like, study up on the other knights that are in the room right now? Like, he's not trying to make it obvious, but he's just kind of like, you know, just looking at the way that they carry themselves, you know, how attentive they are, what kind of weapons they're carrying. He's just getting some hands-on training in this moment.
Yeah, of course.
No, he's definitely not feeling out-knighted. He just wants to make sure, like, you know.
Yeah, like these are the knights that serve one of the most powerful ladies in Iverion. So I get that. Yeah, so you can see almost all of these knights aside from the two that are at the back. So 10 of the knights are in full plate, large tower shields and then long swords at their side, which is very typical for knights. But you can see there are two others that are at the very back that were the ones carrying. You can see why they were. They're not burdened down with heavy equipment. Instead, they are wearing what seem to be lighter engraved leathers, very similar to what Nalfian would wear on any given day. And it seems as though one is an archer and the other one has two curved blades at her side. And you can definitely tell that those two are more so your style of knight, Nalfian. And they definitely... The other ones seem to be focused primarily on Lady Hornwood, making sure that you and Lila don't do anything or make any sudden movements or anything like that. But the other two, they seem to be more observant of the entirety of the surroundings, right? Knowing that, understanding what you did, you two wouldn't be the ones to attack Lady Hornwood. But knowing what you did, it's very likely that other people could want to attack you and Lady Hornwood could be collateral there. So those two knights specifically are keeping an eye out for the surroundings, staying near the door, making sure they're listening to anything but the conversation, making sure that the surroundings are safe, not just Lady Hornwood.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We need that. We need more than just Nalfian. We need more knights.
Me, Danny.
Hell yeah, the boys. After Lady Hornwood is done, like, kind of explaining everything, Lila will say, "Thank you so much, and we will accept your gift, but just know we did not do it with any sort of intention of receiving anything, and we would do it again without any intention of receiving anything."
Of course. I understand that entirely, which is why I'm especially thankful. Most people in Hearthcrest, they expect to be paid for the smallest duty. And it makes me very happy to know that even if you're only here for a short time, people like you and your companions are willing to help even if it means nothing. So thank
Absolutely.
you.
It's never supposed to be about the payout at the end of the day. We're just happy we were able to do what we could without involving anybody else. It worked out.
And she looks at you and the cloak that you wear and smiles. House Forrester.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think your lady would be upset with you if you stirred her this morning?
Well, she's a pretty early bedtime. I'm sure she'll be quick to rise. If you give me one moment, I can go get her.
Before I depart, I'd like to have a word with her.
Absolutely. And Alpha will just give like a little bow and go very gently wake Twig up. Give her a little nudge. Okay, well maybe a little harsher nudge if she's not.
I can just imagine like Twig with like just wild spikes of hair just shooting out, drool down her face.
Absolute disaster when she wakes up. You know it.
Nelfian is going to very quickly like grab a brush. Alright, we'll just sorry, no, good morning. There's a lady downstairs who would love to speak with you. I'm just gonna, real quick, I'm just gonna brush her hair a little bit. Do the whole, like, licking his thumb, fixing the drool on her face a little bit. Alright. Alright. You look good.
It's downstairs.
Maybe a mint.
She got that stanky breath in the morning.
I'm just gonna go back to bed now.
No.
Lady Hornwood is downstairs. She brought us a payment for everything that happened yesterday, and she wanted to speak with you.
Okay, I guess should go down then. Yes.
Yes. She seems very nice. You don't have anything to worry about.
Right.
And he'll take her by the hand and escort her downstairs.
Okay. So you take Twig downstairs after cleaning her up just a little bit, taking a few more moments than just a moment. But you can see Lady Hornwood's not upset. As she sees Twig and you, Nalfian, the two of you walk down the stairs. You can see
I will
Lady...
say Twig doesn't know how to act, so she's gonna like, kind of like at the side, slightly behind Nalfi, just gonna like do like an awkward curtsy, like I don't know if I should be doing this, but I'm doing it anyways. It's very uncommitted.
No.
So cute.
And Lady Hornwood, she'll give you a small bow as you come down the stairs, and she'll say, I just wanted to say before I departed, Lady Forrester, it is a great honor to meet you. I never had the pleasure of meeting any of your house, but my father spoke very highly of the individuals of House Forrester. They were our southern sisters, so to speak. Some of the only people that understood how important nature and the trees can be. And I just wanted you to know, from one lady to another, when it comes to fixing what's wrong with your land, should you need anything from me, I will be more than happy to provide it for you. Strong allies are needed in the days to come. And you and your companions assisted me. And gold and magic items only go so far. Great deeds repay great deeds. And that's what I look to help you with.
Right, well, I thank you greatly for that then, Lady Hornwood. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
And she'll smile and nod and say, well, I should be departing. I think I'm already late for one of the many meetings I need to have today. I apologize greatly for stirring you, Lady Forrester, but I greatly appreciate you giving me the time from your very busy day.
Well, I mean, of course, sorry for keeping you from your own schedule.
Don't apologize. Believe me, most of the meetings I have on any given day, I'd rather not be in, so it's good to have an important excuse to not be there. When you have to manage your own kingdom, you'll know exactly what I mean.
Right. Well, have a good day then.
Yes. You as well. Try for me, and all of you, try to relax just a little bit. From the sounds of it, you've been very busy.
So should you go anywhere today, just let them know that you're the esteemed guests of House Hornwood. And hopefully that should get you a little something. So relaxing's just a little bit easier.
Appreciate that, my lady. Thank you.
Of course. She'll smile and give a small head nod to all of you. And then you can see as soon as she goes to turn and leave, all of the knights immediately face turn and begin marching out. And with that, the Lady Hornwood and her retinue of knights exit, leaving you with a bronze horn of valor, 100 platinum for each party member, and an ally for when the time comes. I would also say, just for brevity, Blossom is going to deny the money so Eurydice can have it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
No,
no
we
discussion.
insist.
Blossom
Take it.
doesn't need it. She's good. She's
Don't
got
insist. I fucking want the money.
Too bad. You get to be broke.
Well, I feel like Silent Shield should pay Yuri for her goddamn time. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Blossom gets paid by them, and then Eurydice gets paid by the Silent Shield, so it's all like equals out anyways. So Blossom can have their money.
Blossom's gonna get paid either way.
Well, yeah, but
You could let me.
they did a good job. They deserve the reward. So
No, it's okay. Blossom, she wants Yuri to have it as a small gift for.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. she knows how hard it is being a shield, and so she's like, nah. Eurydice's earned it. Whatever she's doing, she's probably doing a great job. She needs it. Believe me.
fair enough.
She'll need it.
Ups to Eurydice fucking dying. She did a great job. That's great.
Which is where we'll cut away from the kindness and niceties of the party, and we're gonna do a bit of a small cut to the snowy lands of Tarkir. So, Eurydice, the past 12 hours has been incredibly terrible, to put it lightly. You left your companions about an hour or so before you were supposed to go to this ball to stop Loro Khan, to hopefully be able to stop Malice, to be able to get to the bottom of some of these mysteries and some of these questions you've had. But instead you were taken from that as the Silent Shields came to you and said they needed, specifically you, this individual known as the Dawnbreaker, due to the severity of the situation. Them claiming that the situation was a tier 4 at the least, but hopefully not a tier 5. And after talking with one of the members of the Silent Shields, the one who came and got you from that, from Hearthcrest, from the Tatiana Tower. Woo, man, that was rough. From the Tatiana Tower, Logain, he explained to you what those tiers mean. And tier 5, of course, being it's something that will endanger all of Tarkir, if not the entire world. And tier 4 is something that is very clearly causing danger already. People are already getting hurt, and anything that can be done will be done in order to fix it. So, over the past 12 hours, you found yourselves in the snowy wasteland that is the eastern portion of Tarkir. So this is right in the area of the ruins of Coldhover Keep, which have never been repaired due to the believed haunt and spirits that still lay unresting. And what you've been doing is you've been going throughout the ruins of Coldhover Keep, and you've been finding all of these people that have been not necessarily experimented on, like they're not cut up or anything like that, but they're mutated. It seems as though whether they've had like a reaction to something that caused their face to
expand or their bits and pieces of their body to atrophy or solidify or even begin to shift in certain ways. It's very, very, very strange. You, Logain, and several of the other shields spend quite a bit of time doing some preliminary investigations. And in fact, there are a few times where you're attacked by people, but they've been mutated. And they have these either very strange magical abilities that people that look the way they do should not have. And then on top of that, throughout your journey in this area, this investigation, there are several glyphs of warding that end up exploding, injuring several of the shields quite a bit. But between you and Logain, both being divine soul sorcerers, you're able to heal them up a little bit, as well as the cleric. One of the shields being a cleric that you all brought with you. And needless to say, it is incredibly dangerous. On this mission in particular, they sent several shields that are very familiar with the Dark One, being the ones that were exposed to him on the first shield mission, where the Dark One had become a topic of conversation. Specifically, there's you, there is Weaver, a College of Lore bard, there is Iova, a tiefling psi-fighter, Tabitha, a Circle of Spores druid, there's Logain, there's you, and then there is an extra shield that is a cleric. So you are traveling with all of these people, these very powerful individuals. In fact, you're pretty sure they're even a higher level than you, in all honesty. But you have something different. You have this spear, this item. And you can definitely tell that Lucky is very uncomfortable in this area. There is a lot of lingering shadow, and that's something that he shares with you quite frequently, is that he feels scared. And he would prefer to be a weapon, just in case he needs to defend you. So for the most part, you keep him in spear form. And the light that is shed by the staff, you actually end up using that quite frequently, as there are these times where there are these tendrils of shadow that reach out towards the shield, that as you activate the light of the spear, it ends up burning those tendrils away and allows you to move safely through the ruins of Coldover Keep. Throughout your journey, eventually it comes to a head, where you discover the people behind this experimentation and these glyphs of warding. You discover that there are 2 of the Forsaken that are operating in these ruins as well. You find out who is... 2, yes. You see one that their entire, all of the veins on their body are very clearly visible, and they're sort of shifting these sickly colors from this deep green to this bright blue to this deep red, where you can see the veins pulsing out of their skin. Individual wearing light armors, but you can even see the 2 small tusks coming out of the bottom of their teeth. This is somebody who is definitely a half-orc. And you can see they're missing one of their legs, but from part of the leg down is this sharpened blade that ends in this sort of flat, bent piece of metal that is also sharpened on both sides. So their leg, the rest of it is kind of shaped like a T, but with slashing and piercing blades. And you can see that as the shields begin to fight this individual, they seem to be using their blood, cutting at themselves to cause their, not just their bladed leg, but also the weapons they carry to explode in necrotic energy as they just begin to cut through and slash at the individuals. On top of that, they have these beads that as they throw them down, they explode in gas. And as any of the shields inhale them, you can see it begins to affect them in certain ways, causing them to shift in a similar way that the others did, these mutanogens that are affecting them. Luckily, the cleric able to use greater restoration, being able to move back and forth. That's one half of the conflict. The second half, though, is at a certain point in time, you see this spellcaster that had been pretty much shrouded in shadow disappear, until eventually you see Iova reappear onto the battlefield, a second version of her. And at first you think that it's definitely just a copy, right? And then the battlefield is shrouded in shadow. And as the shadow clears, both Iovas are using the exact same skills. They're both fighting the exact same way. Which means that that Forsaken has the ability to look at somebody and copy them exactly, using everything they have at their disposal, on top of the magic they already possess. Eventually, you're able to figure out which is which in that moment, but as soon as you figure out which one's the real Iova, then turns into a different version of Loghain, and then Weaver, and then Tabitha, and then you. And there is a very, very point, there's a point where all of the shields are battered, bruised, on the verge of death. But luckily, between the magic of you and Loghain, you're able to identify the thing that you came here for. The thing that was causing those tendrils of shadow to reach out to you. This vestige of shadow. The same thing all of you had to deal with in Wheat Hill that was dealt with by Ephron. You and Loghain, your magic as the Dawnbringer and Loghain's divine, or the Dawnbreaker, and Loghain's magic, the two of you are able to channel both of those things together, hitting that vestige of shadow, causing it to break and reduce to nothing more than a small cluster of obsidian, turning that amorphous blob into something solid and dead. With that, the vestige of shadow being dealt with, you can see the two Forsaken, they run towards each other, and the shifter is able to cling on to the Blood Hunter, and the two of them vanish through teleportation magic. Just as they vanish, there is a shot of balefire shot out from Loghain as it just barely misses, slamming into one of the back walls as the radiant energy dissipates. And Yuri, this is the first time you've seen anybody cast balefire. You can see Loghain immediately grab his hand and sort of shout out in pain as the radiant energy used to cut away at Dark Friends doesn't seem to necessarily be only positive, where you can see that his hand, the spot where he cast it, has this gnarly burn mark that looks as though somebody took a white hot rod of iron and just stabbed it through his hand, as the skin is scarred and blackened as he sort of grabs and shakes. As with that, all of you are starved for resources, barely any spell slots, barely any hit points. But luckily, thanks to you, Eurydice, none of these shields died. All of them lived, and they were able to destroy the vestige because you were there, where you know that your time was well valued here. You were able to help considerably, where you're not sure, say, if Blossom went with them, you're not sure if they would have lived. And that's not devaluing Blossom at all, but considering what happened here, they needed you, and they needed somebody with your skill set. So, sadly, in that moment, as that was maybe 4 or 5 hours, the shields do determine that they need to rest there, because nobody has the spell slots or energy necessary to teleport back. So, they rest, they camp, they keep watches. You have a conversation with Loghain as the two of you watch together. And he does share with you, as this is something that you hadn't known, he shares with you how he was once a student of Iverion, his 5th student, and how Iverion had a positive impact on his life, but how he could recognize that something was changing with him that was uncomfortable for him to see. Emeril would tend to get more angry sometimes or shut himself away, leaving Logain by himself to study. Would never lash out at Logain, but it was just something very strange to see from him. But overall, he was very thankful to have been taught how to manage that magic and how to properly control it. So, with that, Eurydice, eventually the rest is had. Everyone wakes up in the morning. You are teleported to Verdalka, the capital city of Tarkir, and then eventually you are teleported back outside in the rain by Logain in front of the Tatiana estate. Now, by the time Eurydice returns, I would say it's probably almost 9 a.m. at this point. As Lady Hornwood has already left for a considerable amount of time, and the rest of the party has awoken. Logain looks to you, Eurydice, as the two of you reappear, and you can see he has a few scars from the fight. And you know what? Actually, River, do you think Eurydice would have gotten any scars from that fight? Like permanent scars that still show up, don't debilitate her abilities at all, but are proof that she was in such a gnarly fight.
Yeah, I mean, Yuri is she's not the most. She's a bit squishy. I think.
Yeah.
She would have probably gone down. And if it was that rough of a fight where like nearly everyone died and it was like really cutting it fine, then yeah, she would have.
What scars do you think Eurydice would have in this as she's teleporting back and finally taking stock of herself?
Oh, good question. Don't make me decide this now. It's aesthetic choices, Joe.
Okay, Eurydice has an indiscriminate number of scars.
Across the eye.
You know what? Yeah, we'll give her like some like that are fairly obvious. So if you cutting like through, you know how she has those white, like kind of gold white tattoos?
Yeah.
Like definitely some cutting through like some of those, like on like over her collarbone, maybe on one side of like her cheek or something.
Ooh, yeah, like
arm.
it's sort of like one of the ones that kind of cuts across the jawline a little bit, where it's like right on that lower edge of the cheek. Ooh, all right.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's rough. All right, so you can see as you look back and forth at Logain, this definitely seems to be common territory for the shields. Since they don't stumble upon things like this, or they don't sort of slowly move from one place to another, the shields are teleported directly into the thick of it in any terrible situation. So as you arrive back in the Tatiana estate, Logain will nod at you and he'll say,
"Thank you once again for being kind enough to come with us. I know it must have been hard to break away from your friends, but we are very appreciative to have had you."
It was my duty to come and help you, and as long as my friends were fine, they are very, very capable. I could tell that things weren't going well in that fight, and I'm just glad everyone's okay.
I'm glad too. Very glad you came. As is tradition for fighting with the shields and accomplishing a mission, there is a small payment, especially being an independent agent, that we'd like to give you. And he'll hand you a small purse of 50 platinum.
You can really keep it. It's really fine. It was kind of my job anyway to come. Well, I mean, I don't want it. You can give it to Blossom if you want. She probably deserves it more than I do.
Well, then how about you give it to Blossom?
As he hands it back to you and kind of closes your hand around it
and will say, the more dangerous the shield's missions are getting, I made a promise to Blossom's father. Take care of her best I could. All the shields did.
Please
And-
do. She has a
Well,
family she needs. Please just make sure she's okay.
well, that's the thing. As all of you told me, as you told me before, you and your group plan to head into the Astral Sea to save Iverion from wherever he may be. And I want you to have all the help you can. And while the rest of us are disposed of, are indisposed, dealing with different things all around Tarkir and now the material plane, I'd like for Blossom to stay with you for the time being, until you return from the Astral Sea. I have a feeling it'll be safer there than anywhere she could be with the shields.
If being with us is safer than being with the shields, then I feel really sorry for the shields.
Don't worry.
But we'd happily have her.
Good. I have a feeling that if I told her myself, she would disagree vehemently. So, I'll tell her. I won't make you do that. That seems rude. No one is deserving of the wrath of Blossom, especially not someone who just went through what you did. Well,
It's fine. Thank you.
well, I suppose let's get in there and let them know that you're safe.
Yes, let's get out the rain.
Yes.
Like that.
And with that, all of you can hear a knock at the door. This time, Alfred's finally awake. He moves over, and he's just so giddy that there are new guests almost every single day. And as he goes over to the door and opens it, all of you can see Logain and Eurydice standing outside as they come in. Oh my God. Alfred, using prestidigitation, clearing off the rain and any of the mud and guck you have on your outfits, cleaning you off as you enter into the estate. As all of you see, Eurydice.
She'll run and hug Eurydice.
Yeah, several new cuts and scars along her face in certain areas. You can see some of the tattoos along her skin being kind of broken a little bit because of the new scars that are there. Wherever Eurydice was, it was a tough fight.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back and not dead. Oh.
But yeah, that would be real bad. Are you guys okay?
Fine. And then she'll let go.
It
But
was a very long night. And Alfred will also hug Eurydice when he says that.
Oh, you guys look tired. What happened? Are you okay? Is everyone okay? Is everyone downstairs?
I would assume so.
Imagine we're
Unless
having
someone was
breakfast,
like,
right?
Yeah.
unless someone was
Okay.
like, yeah, I'm sleeping in till noon, so.
Well, long story short, Malice is fine. Loricon is not fine, but he's not dead. Then what was the girl's like fake name? Eileen.
Aline.
Aline is also not fine. Also, she was Selena Farron and your fake aunt or something. I don't know. I heard someone mention that. I have no idea what they're talking about. But yeah, she's super not fine, and we're all fine. So last night was very successful.
Okay. I'll get a more in-depth story on that soon. Hopefully.
I think you nailed it.
Thank you, Dalfian.
High
It's just
five.
semantics at that point.
Logain is gonna lean over because you were there when Logain had to debrief May, or the leader of the Silent Shields, and it was very different. And Logain will kind of lean over to you and whisper, "Your debriefings are a lot more casual than ours are.
I might need to get a more detailed report from you after the fact. If you could do that for me, I should share with May what I. Well, I can talk to Blossom. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You've done enough.
Eurydice, why don't you sit down, get yourself something to eat? We'll bore you with the details.
Yeah, they have biscotti.
Thanks.
Help yourself.
Yeah,
Biscotti?
anything
Yeah, dude.
warm would be nice.
Now we'll hand her some food.
Blanket on lap.
Aww.
Turned into
I
like
imagine it's like
grandma.
heated, like over fire.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Mhm.
I want to live with Lila.
I want to live with Lila. I would love to live with Lila.
I suppose the only thing I sadly do need to be returning to New Vidalca, and New Vidalca. A lot of things happening there as well. But Blossom, I did want to share with you one thing before I depart. And yes, I said that correctly. It is in not just the Shields, but in Queen Omen's best interest that you stay with this group for the time being, considering their descent into the Astral Sea, aiding them with that, collecting any information you can on what's happening in the Astral Sea, and preferably, if it is at all possible, saving my former teacher from wherever he may be. That is your mission. And if you'll accept it, the Shields and Queen Omen would be most gracious. Blossom will kind of look to the group and look back to Logain and say, well, I mean, don't believe that I'm not happy to be back with them and anything like that, but I mean, is it really a good idea considering how spread thin the Shields are? I mean, what happens if there's a mission where they'd like to have one more person, but I'm gone, and then they send them, and then those people die? I don't mean to question Queen Omen's decision, but I don't know if that's the best idea. Blossom, as I said, it is Queen Omen's decision. It was her word. If you'd like to commit treason, go ahead, but,
Well, surely, Blossom, if you feel as though your calling is elsewhere, I mean, they have a hotline we can call for the Queen?
No.
Delphion's half joking.
Queen hotline. What's your
Logain's
reason?
response was half a joke as well.
Okay. Delphine would continue and say, you could maybe send her a letter or something. But, I mean, I think it's safe to say we all could benefit from having you around again. I mean, you saw what we went through last night.
I suppose you're right.
Good work on either side, and it's all for the same team.
And, the final thing is, considering Eurydice's involvement yesterday, Blossom, your continued involvement in the Shields, and all of you, considering what you've done over the past, well, for some of you, 6 months, for some of you, just a few weeks. I've also been authorized by Queen Omen to give you a temporary membership into the Silent Shield. So this mission you go on is sanctioned by not just your own group and what you decide to do, but you also have the full support of Queen Omen behind you and that of the Silent Shields, which I don't know what that will get you, but even in the Astral Sea, I'm sure there's somebody who will recognize the authority of Queen Omen. Which, and he will say, just in case it's not entirely clear, just because I know the details have been fuzzy anytime either myself or May has interacted with you. The Silent Shields are a secret organization that operate underneath the guise of Queen Omen in an effort to neutralize any threat from outside the material plane or from within the prime material plane that would seek to destroy or hurt innocent lives. Secret organization, of course. Only those that need to know about it do know about it, and all of you are definitely those that need to know. So, that means, Blossom, this is a Silent Shield's mission. It is something you're doing in the name of, well, what we always do things for. Remember, it's about all of the tenets, but I do believe that if all of you can save Iverion, then we can have a faint glimmer of hope back. We can finally have a chance. As I truly believe that if he could get his thoughts organized, there's no more powerful tool than him against the Dark One and these Shadowspawn. Of course, all of you are free to deny the offer. I would understand making allegiance to yet another organization, but it was the best thing I could think to offer, considering what you'll be doing.
I think we should take it.
I agree.
Okay.
Seems like everyone.
Well, I guess we accept.
Yeah.
All right. Well, sadly, as I said, do need to return to Vidalca. Blossom, thank you. And of course, if there's any new findings, if any of you can reach out to me, I would appreciate it. And if you find yourself in a dire circumstance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. And if it is possible, I will send either myself or another group of equally qualified shields to come and help you. We're on your side. And please understand, if you do need help, reach out. And we'll be there, okay?
We will, thank you. And she's gonna... Because, like, bonding experience, they almost fucking died.
Oh, yeah.
Like, so she's gonna go hug him.
Yeah.
And just, yeah, she's gonna hug him and say, we'll ask if we need help, and you will too.
Of course. And he'll hug back and break away. He'll look to the group and smile and say, all right, good luck on your mission. And nod and head out. Now, I want to be clear that this is an actual, like, I don't know. I don't want to say ability because that gamifies it. But if any of you, with possession of the spell send a message to Logain, there is a 75% chance that a detachment of the Silent Shields will come to your location and help you with whatever you need.
So you're giving us a lot of phone a friend options recently. what is this?
I wonder why.
We're gonna die. We're just gonna straight up die.
I mean, we got a horn. We got a...
So-
Everyone's new character ideas.
So now keep in mind that is a 75% chance. So you'll roll the D100 if it is 76 or higher. All the shields are busy. But if it's a 75 or lower, then
to pick up the sirens.
there would be a group of 4 shields that would show up to aid you, and that would just be whichever 4 I have character sheets for in the Silent Shield campaign.
They're all Joe's shields.
Yeah,
What do you mean? Well, I only
Joe
have.
just has like 7 shields. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Listen, 2 of my 3 are dead
Bring
canonically.
it back to
So
the grave.
I mean, I have a character sheet.
yeah,
I have
know.
2 of them.
In the Silent
what?
Shields D&D Beyond, I need to send you guys the D&D Beyond thing. But I have Akechi, Weaver, Eova, Jaren, Tabitha, Logain. Those are the ones that I have in here.
Eova.
Eova.
You'll do it.
Yeah. See, I didn't even do it before.
I'm so proud.
Sorry.
I know. It didn't
Caleb
fit
just has
the
to ruin everything. It's
I
fine.
do. It's a part of my character build.
banana screaming gif.
Yep.
So, with that, Blossom and the rest of the Forerunners, now honorary members of the Silent Shields, with a potential to phone a friend there. You have your Horn of Valor, you have your money, and now I pass the reins to you. You now have until Ephron arrives for downtime, which Ephron will be arriving most likely on the 27th of Stormtide, which is about a week from now. So you got about a week.
He's meeting us at the college, right?
Well, he said in the Hearthcrest area, so he considering yeah, so he'll reach out to you where best to land is. Because it is
he's like getting close.
Yeah, all right, cool.
yeah, it's an airship.
We got
So
a week. It's
you gotta-
very good because I have a long list.
Yeah.
all right.
Same.
Well, I
Wait.
feel like we already planned out today, right? Like today we're
Yeah.
smashing off like the last bits that we need.
Mm-hmm.
Before we have downtown.
Before we do anything, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
like as soon as the game leaves, Yuri's gonna like flop and be like, "Okay, I had the worst fucking time. Do you guys want to actually tell me what happened?"
Yeah, no. Nalfian would make sure to like explain in depth like everything while everybody's eating breakfast. Like we weren't gonna be like, okay, everyone get your coats on, we're leaving as soon as you get back.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh my gosh.
he would explain the best of his ability. The more specifics.
When you get to the bit about Aline being like, "Okay, you've got her like tied up, you got her like," and she's gonna be like, "Oh, so did you ask her about like the broken talisman of Asmodeus that they had in Wheat Hill, or like what was going on with those people, or the names that we found like written down, or did you get any like weaknesses of like the 13 or anything?"
No.
Alfred looks to York. Yeah.
What? What? We didn't.
Yeah, it was a little hard for her to talk at a
She
certain
wasn't
point.
really
So much fucking
trustworthy.
effort.
She
I have. She
yeah.
will pull out the hand stones, though.
Oh, what?
Her hand stones. The stones in the back of her hand where she could cast magic.
Yeah.
We took those, right? Please tell me we took those. I asked.
Yeah, you took those.
Okay.
Yeah, you got those.
Carved them out. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
No. Nalfian would just say, yeah, there was a lot going on in that moment.
It was a bit tense. I'm sorry we didn't ask those things, though.
No, it's fine. It sounds like it was a really tense situation. You said you didn't really manage to get Malice or Lorokan? Probably.
No.
No.
No. Unfortunately, and unsurprisingly, Malice ran.
Mm-hmm.
And as did Lorokan. He went into the ethereal plane. However, Thor was able to access it, but like we said, he killed him incorrectly. I don't think Thor realized what Balefire was, and I don't think he has access to it regardless.
Sounds like his dad did give him access and he forgot.
Okay.
It was,
What?
not our hottest moment. You
What
know?
do you mean? That went really well last night. Did it go perfectly? No, but Lorokan's dead and out of commission for some time. Malice is running scared. We've killed the second in command behind House Markle, so they're in total disarray. Last night was a win. Why are we acting all sad about it?
Yuri has a very dubious look.
Nothing's not sad. He's just explaining what happened.
Everyone
Like,
seems really depressed right now. Like, we got our asses beat last night.
Nah,
York's
no.
like, what are you talking about? We won.
No. Nalfian just feels bad that he didn't ask certain questions. No, he's definitely in good spirits today, regardless.
Okay. Right. By the way, Blossom, Yuri's gonna, like, toss over the, like, 50 platinum that she
Oh.
got given. This is for you.
Well-
So, there you go.
Funny you bring that up, and she'll toss you a bag of 100 platinum. That's for you.
That... Okay. Okay.
Listen,
She's not
dear,
even gonna check. She just
don't
puts it
question
away.
it too much. Just accept it and let's move on, okay? All right.
Okay.
All right.
So, we fought 2 members of the 13.
Oh, no shit.
Which one?
One of them... Did anyone mention the names during the fight, or was it just, okay, these 2?
Yeah, I would say, Logain, he would have been able to identify the 2. The thing is, he had suspicion that, it or him was there, which is the one that can shift back and forth between people. And then,
Okay.
Micra? Merca? Oh, damn it! Shit! Merca. There you go. That was mentioned as well.
Okay. So you're say there was one who seemed to be mutating people. Some kind of half-orc named Mirka. And there was another which was a shapeshifter of some sort. It was copying people. Rather unnervingly, it was copying people very, very well. We didn't get either of them. We managed to destroy the darkness that had kind of infiltrated the place, but both of the 13 were able to escape before that.
Well, at least we're able to identify them, know what they can do. Better than nothing.
Yeah. I suppose, yeah, but
destroyed-
it was good. Sorry, Yorick?
Yeah, you destroyed all the darkness in that place. Sounds like another win to me. We're on a roll.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. She kind of like, it rubs the massive scars that she's got on her face. And like her neck, she's just like, yeah, it went well.
Yeah, just another story for
Tiring.
another time.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. But at least everyone's alive, everyone's okay, and it's all fine. Yeah.
Well
hey,
then.
listen.
Today then? Oh.
I will also say, Yuri, remember, sometimes being a silent shield and going on those missions, it's not about killing the enemy, it's about making sure that no people get hurt. And you prevent people from getting hurt. And you stopped the big thing that was corrupting that area and hurting those people that were trying to fix their home. So you did what the purpose of the shields is to do, and that's to protect people. Don't worry. The Forsaken can only run for so long. I'm telling you, their days are numbered, all right?
Yeah. No, it seems like it is. Yeah.
No, we've made significant progress on both sides. We got information, we've injured 13, we've taken out powerful leaders, you've cleared darkness. Like Yorick said, we're on a roll.
Yeah. I'm just glad that all of you are okay. I was worrying.
We were worried about you too. I'm glad you're all right. Enough.
Yeah. So, what are we doing now? What is our plan?
Well, there's a few things we can do. Luckily, Hearthcrest is safe enough right now, so we're just kind of doing our chores a bit. Probably going to the school today. I have a few things to do there.
We got a tournament to sign up for.
Mm-hmm.
Looks to twig.
It gives the most keen smile she's ever had on those little lips.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely have places I'd love to show you guys. We do not have to do that today, though. We have plenty of time. I have some shopping I want to do, so...
I
I also wouldn't mind if we stopped by the post office, I feel like, before we go to the college.
Excellent. I also do need to stop by the bank, which is not far from there, so we can just kind of do a little errand run before we go to the college. Yeah.
Great. Sounds good.
So go ahead and get a little bit rested up, and then we can all head out. No rush.
Yeah. I'm gonna go take a nap somewhere that isn't freezing. And yeah. She just like gets up, still holding whatever blanket was on her knees.
At this point, Lucky has also turned back into dog form to kind of like lay on top of you to provide that extra warmth.
She would have been like hugging him the whole time because he was so scared.
Yeah,
Boy.
he was. But he's better now. Now that
That's
he
good.
helped stop the darkness. He's so
Yes.
happy.
Oh my god.
He's the best boy. She would have been like, who's a good boy?
Go.
I love that.
This like ancient like weapon of life. And you're just like, who's a good boy? Who stopped the darkness?
Me.
I'm a good boy, yay! I destroyed the shadow in the darkness. I fought against the Forsaken. I'm the best boy.
This isn't weird at all.
Oh, I love it. Alrighty, so Eurydice, you head up to your room in the Tatiana Tower, which is temperature controlled, so you can make it as warm or cool in there as you want. And yeah, you rest for a bit until eventually it's about noon. And as the rest of you are ready to go downstairs, eventually Eurydice, unless Eurydice, is there anything you wanted to do while you were upstairs, or just take a nap and then come back down?
I think she just take a minute to process everything and like look at the new scars and just kind of be like, shit.
Fuck.
And just like sleep for a bit and then just then she'd head down.
Okay, all right, sounds good. So you do head down, and there we go. Everybody is ready to go at this point, as this day in Hearthcrest at about noon when you exit, it is no longer raining outside, and it is a cool 56, 57 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So it is a little chilly. It's like sweater weather, you know?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Best weather.
But the sun is bright. There's no clouds, and there is just this like light breeze. It is a very, very nice day, and it finally seems like the storm has subsided. So with that, all of you exit, walking out on a Hornwood Boulevard. Where you going first, group?
Well, so we want to go to the college, but we're going to do a few things before then. So do we want to do the signing up for the tournament, the post office for Twig, the bank for Lila? Was there any other location we wanted to stop by?
Do we want to do our shopping now, or do we want to do that later? I feel like later, because it's already like noon, right? So
Yeah, we can do that later.
Yeah, because Nelphia needs to pick up he needs to pick up a few things as well. Yorick, didn't you want to go to that place to double check that things are cleared out? Maybe we should do that first.
oh shit, yeah, Colt Den first.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anything is taking us that way, because I mean, it's a 3-hour jaunt. So
Yeah.
I mean,
So let's clear just go double check that place is all good. And then do shopping?
Yeah, you guys have about a week, so, you know, we can kind of...
Jump around.
Yeah. Okay, so, but the first thing you do is you go to the cultist den.
Yes.
You fly across the city.
wee.
It's like you have no
Well, that's
issues
it.
with
Okay, to get
balls.
around traffic,
Oh my god.
Lila and Eurydice, they both have wings. Lila has fucking Eurydice can cast fly. We just
Yeah.
hover over,
This is true.
skip the traffic, skip the roads, straight
yeah.
there.
3 hours
Easy
too.
trip.
I wanna-
Done.
Okay, I want to point out, Eurydice's wings last a minute.
Be quick then, girl.
And dash.
That's so funny.
You'd go as fast as you could, and you'd still land in the water.
Speed.
Okay, wait. What I could do is upcast fly.
There you go.
That's big brain
Or
energy right there.
We could just ride our horses.
Ryan.
In the city, I feel like that would be worse. It's like, it's easier to like walk to places rather than like get into a car in a big city,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
So anyway,
but, like,
we're there.
Anyway, yeah, let's go.
flying. Fly, because it's more fun.
Okay, Eurydice's gonna fly. Which isn't the strangest thing you see in this city, so that's fine. Alrighty.
As we're going, I want to do this. This won't take long, I promise.
Yeah, no, you're good. Take as much time as you want.
York's gonna head over to Lila. Hey, real quick.
I'm so sorry. I took a bite of a cracker right as you said that. Okay.
I like to think that Lila also took a bite of a cracker.
Yeah, we're like mid biting like a biscuit that she took from her house.
Hi.
Hi.
You tried the biscotti. Excellent. So, real quick, I was wondering, you can do the sending spell, right?
Yeah.
Could I send a message through you real quick? Someone back home.
Yeah. Sure. No problem. And she'll
Alright,
grab his hand.
Okay,
Cast
cool.
send.
Alright, and Yorick is going to contact the witness back in Macavia.
Very interesting. Okay.
Okay. Yorick here. Azrio is dead. Forsaken confirmed it. Long story. You're not safe in capital. Take extra safety measures. Make sure the house is safe. And that's 25 words.
Okay. You will get a response. Not unlike Forsaken to lie, but I will be cautious. Thank you for the warning, Yorick. Safe travels on your continued journey.
Thanks for that. He'll pat he'll pat Lila on the shoulder. Thanks for that.
No problem. Are you happy about the Azrio news?
It doesn't really change anything, to be honest.
That makes sense.
Because, there's still some force that is now pretending to be Azrio has a super strong grip on Macavia. So, different name, same problem. So,
Okay. No, that makes sense. I just know we had a brief conversation about it earlier, so I wasn't sure how you were feeling about it.
I vindicated. I was right. Knew something was off with that fucker.
That is good to know.
Yeah.
And if I run into any information regarding that, I'll keep an eye out for you, okay?
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Of course.
Alright, that was it.
Alrighty, very good. So, you all continue on your way towards Riverbend Street until eventually you make your way to the cultist den, where Laura O'Connor had been hiding.
Do we see anyone guarding or patrolling it the first time we were here yesterday?
No, there is not a soul in sight.
Hell
in fact, people are actively avoiding this area. You can hear whispers. Those of you with a passive perception of 15 or higher, people literally will cross the street and walk on the other side of the street of the building because of what they heard take place there last night. They said that the screams they heard were unlike anything they've ever heard before. In fact, you can even see that there are holes in the roof and in the walls that seem to have been blown out and scorched by lightning.
Wow.
Crazy Rager.
then Nalfin wouldn't even be like... I don't know, I don't think we need to be secretive about how we enter this time. I think he'll, head up with Yorick and head directly inside.
Yeah,
Confident?
Yeah, no problem.
Ready, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, staying on
Always
high alert,
ready.
just in case, but you can see why nobody has entered this place and why people move out of the way. Initially, it's very dark in this area, only visible through the brief holes in the walls or those that are coming in through the ceiling. But it is grotesque in here, to say the least. Those of you with dark vision, you're able to see it first. This area has been... There was a massacre that took place here. There is bone and flesh and sinew just scattered everywhere. You can tell where people were standing, but now there's just a bloody pair of boots and a stain on a wall where somebody's corpse hit and just exploded, singeing all around the area as in this small confined space where thunder and lightning would have been sparking off Thor's hammer and his body itself. A lot of the walls are torn down. As you can see, the bulk of the destruction happened between Lorokan and Thor fighting. And it's very clear that Thor is definitely the better fighter, and one-on-one confrontation is not Lorokan's strength. As you continue to look around and investigate, like I said, it is a grotesque crime scene in here. The brutality that Thor executed on these people. Obviously, Yorick and Nalfin and Eurydice, the three of you have a bit more of a stomach for this than I'd say Twig and Lila. But even for the three of you that are used to brutality, it is just egregious and overwhelming. This is a man
Sloppy.
who, sloppy and has so much unbridled rage inside of him that this is the only place where he can get it out. And it is incredibly apparent. In fact,
as soon as Yuri gets understands how bad this is, she's gonna cover Twig's eyes. And be
What about mine, Lila?
who's gonna help Lila's eyes?
Lila, Nalfin would look over to Lila, probably holding in vomit, and to Eurydice with Twig. Maybe you guys want to stay outside? I don't think there's anything left in here.
Plugging her nose. No, I want to help. Looking up to the ceiling. Oh, it's up there too. Okay.
there's just this piece of somebody's arm that split and flayed open that just whoosh, falls onto the ground.
God. Yuri, with one hand, is prestidigitating to try and because she can't clean this, just trying to make the smell less awful.
It's
the other hand over Twig's eyes.
Yeah,
It's describing vaguely, but not letting Twig see.
The further you get into the room, the more it gets over your boots as well.
Ew.
If Eurydice's trying to shelter Twig's eyes like that, Twig would kind of bat her hand away and then probably actually seeing things. Immediate regret, but it's kind of feel she doesn't want to be just shielded. She's not happy about it, but she's like, okay, well, if this is something we're going to deal with, then we got to deal with it.
She's gotta toss it up.
She's growing up.
Yes.
She's growing up.
Okay.
Noted.
Your choice. Lila, do you still want me to cover your eyes? Are you good?
She'll take Yuri's hand and put it over. No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
She'll just put a thumbs up, plugging her nose. She's like, I'm okay. Enough.
Okay.
Nalfin would look to Yorick and give him a little nod, as the two of them, I'm sure, would go and start kind of digging around through shit just to see if there's anything left over, who's somebody who didn't quite make it out, someone who maybe is clinging on to life. If not, just kind of combing the place for important information.
Well, if we find a head, I have to speak with dead. So.
Yeah. Sadly, there are no body parts in here. That if there is a head, there's not a jaw connected to it, and if there is a body, there is not a head attached to the shoulders. You can find bits of brain and skull halfway across the room that might belong to it, but like I said, it is. And I would say with well, let me double check something here real quick. I just want to see what certain medicine scores are. Yeah, Eurydice with your medicine and Lila with your medicine, just your scores. Nobody else would notice this except for the two of you. And let me just double check actually one more person that might have. And Twig actually, having the highest medicine score of everybody.
I feel like mine's gonna be pretty good, so like
Yeah, if you have a medicine like a medicine modifier of +5 or higher, you can tell from the amount of people that you fought and creatures that you fought, it seems a lot of this brutalization happened after the bodies had already been dead. You know what I mean?
What a weirdo.
Yeah. Where you can tell in most cases where the killing blow was, but then there's mutilation past that. That maybe was intentional or maybe was just a side effect from the fight between him and Lorokan. But now seeing this and hearing the way that Odin talked to him, and you're starting to make some connections. And Lila, you're at least a little thankful that your family's not that dysfunctional.
Yeah.
Well,
Got some issues.
Yeah.
Sorry, just real quick. While Nalfian's looking for that, Yorick is specifically looking for the hammer because Ryan's a selfish bastard. And secondly, he's looking for Laura Khan's body specifically, if there's anything left of that, like big chunks or anything. Because the head was ripped off, so I'm not sure if the body remains intact or not.
Yeah, so two things. Both of you make investigation checks for me, and we'll get those. Because Nalfian's looking specifically for anybody that may be living or may have lived.
Yeah.
Just in case.
I
Just
want
looking
Lila.
around. But go ahead. Sorry, Lila.
No, you're good. I want Lila to look for any sort of information, like writings, things that might have to do with the other 13. I know they probably aren't organized, but if anything was organized in any sort of way, she's going to look for anything that's like information gathering on like maybe what they planned on doing here, what's their next move, etc.
Okay. Yeah.
But library rats, question mark?
If we find books, library rats.
No, I can tell you, sadly, library rats will not work here specifically.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, we're going to school later. Library rats will be used today, so.
So what, then there's not written material here then?
I'll get to that in a second.
Oh shit, okay.
Relax.
Never relax.
So then, was that Nalfian's, the 14?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
He doesn't have it's not his strong stat block area there.
And then Lila, go ahead and also make an investigation check.
Okay. I need to stop eating crackers is the answer.
Always eat crackers.
Invested. Oh, and at 20, so 23, so 33. Woo!
Hey.
Nice.
Okay.
Good job.
Oh.
Okay. So we'll start with Nalfian with a 14. Coming through the area, looking through different bits and pieces. I would say with a 14, in one of the far reaches of the room, you can see there is somebody that seems to, their body wasn't brutalized. It seems as though they were one of the first people that were killed before maybe Thor's rage found him. He's definitely dead, And his body is like impaled to the wall with like these different chunks of wood that were taken from a large like oak table, and he was like impaled into the wall and is just hanging there. But he has a jaw and a full face, so Speak with Dead could be used there.
I mean, I don't really think we need to do Speak with Dead. I feel like we have a very good idea as to what happened here. Unless Lila, you had questions specifically.
The only thing I could think of is if maybe we wanted to see if they knew, like those questions that Yuri wanted answered, that maybe only Saralina would have been able to answer them, but I don't know if that's just another opportunity if someone thinks of something.
Also, Speak with Dead, they're not compelled to answer, right? They only answer if they want to.
I think that's true.
They also can only answer what they know as well, what they do in life or whatever.
Yeah. So it's just an option. We don't have to do it. I just was like, we think of it.
Absolutely. Now if we just kind of look his body over to see if he has anything on him that would, indicate that there were other safe houses in the city, if there was, just anything that he has on him. Because if this was the only den of these boys out here, that this, as messy as he was, at least we don't have to worry about him anymore.
Okay, yeah. So patting him down, it doesn't seem like there's anything of value on him. Seems like most of that stuff maybe was in where he was staying in this particular place.
Cute.
Yeah. Moving on from there.
Would unpin him from the wall and let his body fall to the ground, though.
What a good
Make
guy.
that cleanup later easier.
Yeah. Okay. So Nalfian, while you're doing that, Yorick, as you are looking around, we'll start with Lorokan's body. There is no physical body here, but you can see in one of the rooms there is like an indentation in the ground where it seems as though Thor hit something that was the size of Lorokan so many times that it actually started to break through the wood and concrete and stone that this place was built atop. So you can see this indentation of a body that seems to have either melted away or was taken away, which you've never seen any of the Forsaken die before, so you're not sure, but you definitely did see his head. So it seems as though I would say that after he threw his head and after Thor disappeared, you would have been able to see the head turn to ash and a shadow and sort of wisp away. You can only assume that the same thing happened to the body, but he definitely died in that spot.
Okay.
In terms of the hammer, though, the maul, you do find that with an 18. The maul you find is this it has this long two-handed haft and this cylinder on the top that has these two spikes coming out of either end and then a spike on the very top. The cylinder, the actual hefty metal part of the maul, as you're looking through, you can see there are these small cracks, or not cracks, but these small holes around the edges of the spikes. And the haft itself is also made of solid blackened iron. And you can see all along the haft itself has this inlay etched into it with this dull green material, maybe not necessarily jade, but maybe some type of metal that has been enameled to be green, that has been inlaid in the center, that is this like swirling pattern from the pommel all the way up to the head of the maul. This item does require attunement, so it is up to you what you'd like to do with it. But it seems to be a very powerful magical item.
And you said there were like, I might be remembering because it was like 2 sessions ago, but there's like Dowie runes on it, right? Or did I mishear you?
No, this is a Dowie artifact.
Okay. Yeah, I think Yorick would just take it and, attach it to his person, but focus on the task at hand for the time being.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So he'll kind of check in with the rest of the group. Well, the body's gone, just like the head, like we expected. You guys find anything?
and Lila, we'll hop over to
sorry.
you now. No, you're
Still
good.
looking.
So, Lila, as you are looking through the area, most of the paperwork would have been in Lorokan's office where Yorick originally went to. And the thing is, most of anything and everything that was in here, due to the nature of the fighting that took place here, has been destroyed. And if it wasn't destroyed, it was just covered and drenched in blood and sinew, where it is incredibly difficult to read. Even with prestidigitation or the spell Unburn, it would still be practically illegible. However, it seems as though within the desk in one of the very back one of the very back drawers, there seems to be one small envelope that has been maintained and hasn't been destroyed due to the wreckage and fighting that took place here.
Nice.
Opening the letter, let me see something here real quick. Oh no, I need to check Lila's character sheet.
What languages?
Mayhaps.
I do speak giant. If that's what you're looking for, boom.
Totally giant.
That is indeed what I'm looking for, yeah.
I speak giant. Woo!
Nice.
Okay. So, Lila, reading in this sheet of parchment, you can see that this was a letter that was written to Lorokan for Lorokan's eyes only, something that he kept. This was a letter sent to him by, you can see that it was addressed to him by Parido. And in this letter, there's not much detail. Most things in this letter are spoken vaguely, but it seems as though Parido and some of the other members of the Forsaken are suspicious of Malice and her intentions and what she actually wants, and if she's actually devout to the cause of the Dark One and what he wants. So, also in this letter, you're able to ascertain that Lorokan's purpose here was to ensure that Serlina, or Renane as she would be referred to in the document, that Renane is able to establish herself as a economic powerhouse to be able to sway Lady Hornwood in certain ways that would be best for the Forsaken and the destabilization of Eridane. And Parido gave him permission that should things go terribly wrong, should there be any outward influence by anyone, that if he's able to, he could reach out to not just Parido, but to any of the Forsaken, to try and address those concerns. Or, even worse, he could summon his mount to attack the city. But seems as though Lorokan never got that far.
But he's coming back. Shit. Okay. Well, Lila will keep that note and tell everyone what it said.
Well, shit.
Yeah.
I think maybe, because this again is an issue that we will have to deal with eventually. We bought time. Maybe we share the contents of this letter with your mother, get in touch with the people who are in charge of guard and protection of the city, and just make them aware of the situation. Better to be safe than sorry, and perhaps they can at least prepare themselves if this does come to pass.
Yeah.
But for now, we avoided it, and we don't have to worry about it in the moment.
Right.
How's Lila doing?
Yeah, she's just really deep in thought. Her hair is still white, and she's all wintry still. That's not changed, so... Yeah.
You're
Not
gonna
hot.
tap her shoulder and just kind of give her a nod if she kind of looks at him.
He will what?
Like, just like put a hand on her shoulder, and like if she looks over, he'll just kind of give her the nod, like, "We got you."
And she'll nod back to him. Well, if we found everything, maybe we could go do something fun. Like talk to my dad.
Malfan looks at her, recalling their conversation they had about him recently. Maybe we should do some other things in the city first.
Yeah, that was definitely a joke.
Alright, yeah.
Sorry, quick question. Did Lila still want to try the Speak with Dead? Because I might have an idea of how to make it work.
If we feel like there's information we can gather, sure. Felicity, was just reminding everyone of that option, more so than Lila saying, I want to do this thing.
What's everyone thinking?
I mean, I feel like there's not really much we'd be able to get out of questioning, because I know there was the questions obviously Eurydice brought up, but like Saralina talked about how she doesn't know what's happening with the Forsaken. She only has her contact, and so I really doubt that people below him are gonna, well, below her would have anything else.
Yeah,
And
I feel like
honestly, same with the Asmodeus stuff. Like, I think it'd be way above them.
Yeah, unfortunately, these guys are scrubs.
Yeah.
We
I
killed
would
the
agree
one
with
person who has the bulk of the info.
Yeah, and destroyed her soul, so we can't even speak.
Yeah.
That's right.
But again, I don't even know how much she'd have on the other Forsaken, because that was something that she said directly, that like,
Yeah.
she only knows what
But
she's
Yuri's
been fed.
questions definitely would have. She could have.
Yeah, like we might be able to get something out of Asmodeus, but I don't know how much we would have gained anyway, so maybe we didn't lose too much.
Maybe.
In a roundabout way.
All right. Okay, I just wanted to check before we moved on, but I agree. I kind of don't think we can really do anything with that too much.
Okay, cool. Well,
All right, so what's the fun thing?
Yeah.
Well, you're signing up for that fucking tournament. That tournament right now.
Well,
He's
we
excited.
have shirts on the way too.
Hell yeah, we do.
I'm so stoked.
Yeah, same.
well, I mean, Nalfian kind of already has a shirt, because obviously he's got the Forest of Heraldry, so...
Hell yeah.
Well, everyone else is gonna have Go Twig shirts, Yay House Forester, things like that. Little pom poms.
Oh my
York's
God,
gonna
yes.
special order a tiny flag that he'll wave in the stands,
Oh, so cute.
but
yeah.
so small that only like he and the
Listen.
person sitting next to him can see what it is.
I also
Really
think that
small.
you guys have a well, I'll explain when you arrive at the card shop in the tourney grounds. Because
Well,
it is not. I don't think
is
it
it like a
what you think.
Friday Night Magic kind of vibe?
Oh my god, amazing.
It absolutely will be. No. This is gonna be a stadium thing.
I'm still going all out. Like,
This is no Yu-Gi-Oh!
Uh-huh.
Like, we don't get fun stadiums. It's gonna be like a shitty fold-out table. Like,
Smelly men who haven't taken baths in years and.
Hey, come on now.
No, I used to go to Friday Night
Yeah.
Magic every fucking
Yeah, what do
Friday,
you
man.
mean?
I was there. What you mean?
And sadly, at least at our card shop, most of those
That's the way it
guys
was, yeah.
didn't use deodorant.
Alright, fair enough.
Shout out Power 9 Gaming.
Sounds great.
Anyway, he's gonna take me by the hand. He's excited as well. Let's go to the card shop.
So you leave the spooky area so we can stop having spooky music. And we can go back to Cyrodiil with our Oblivion emotional music. As
By the way, if
Mhm.
possible, Yorick will try to attune to the mall while they're walking. But if he needs to like sit still for that, then he'll wait. But if he can just do that while we're traveling, badass.
Of course, Yorick, you may.
Yeah, yo, Rick.
As I will go ahead and add it. What? To your do you not have homebrew enabled on your character sheet? No, you don't. You bitch.
So, all right, give me a second.
No, I got it. I enabled it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, it's like you don't know me.
Nice. I was just trying to help.
No more for you, SMH.
Would you have Twig look at the rune? Probably not. Or Lila look at the runes on them that are in Dwarvish.
He'd no offense, Gemma, I love you, but he'd probably have Lila do it just for the sake of like, here, a distraction, but he'll try to be more tactful about it.
Nice. She'll do.
So, there are two symbols on this. One is the symbol for like mithril or steel or hardened metal. And the other one is a symbol for decay or for flesh.
So it probably will also do some sort of necrotic damage. Which I think we felt that.
Yeah.
So.
Sick.
You know that? So with that, you may know what the maul does. I added it to your inventory. It is a black fire maul. It is a +2 weapon. And as a bonus action, you can speak the command word to cause the black fire maul erupt with dark flame. So that's what those holes on the side, they explode in this like green fire that emits from the sides. And you choose either sinew or steel. So if you choose sinew, whenever a creature takes damage from this weapon, it becomes marked. The mark is consumed at the end the next time the creature is healed, and any healing it receives is completely negated. So you hit somebody with it, the next time somebody goes to heal them, they cannot be healed. They don't receive the positive effect. A creature can only have one mark at a time, but you can mark any number of creatures this way, which means you can just bonk 3 people with it, and then each time they try to go to be healed, it consumes the mark instead of healing them.
Oh, nice.
If you choose steel, the weapon becomes, and it does an additional 1d6 fire and 1d6 necrotic damage on hit.
Damn. It's a nice maul.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one. Yeah,
Should I be able to see it? Because I don't see it.
You might have to refresh your sheet. I did just add it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
So you would be able to, and I can honestly just equip it for you too, now that I think about it. Equip it and attune it. Now you're at 3 attunements.
Yeah. Okay, I see it now.
Okay, cool. So yeah, it's on there. So with that, Yorick, you're able to attune to that, and the rest of you are able to head to the Kingdoms and Castles store.
Hell yeah. Like when we get there, Dal's definitely gonna let Twig take the lead. Like, this is her thing. She's a young adult. She's got this. He's there for support, but he wants her to be the one to like sign herself up. Well, just thumbs up from the back.
Okay. In a room of neckbeards, it's gonna be great.
I mean, he's like right behind her, but he doesn't want to baby her. This is like, she's hyped for this. He's just gonna be right behind her. Don't worry. No fucking neckbeards in this bitch.
Okie dokie. All right, so you head into the Kingdoms and Castles store.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
As you approach, you can see the very high quality building in the nicer area, closer to the more regal area of Hearthcrest. This beautiful building made from marble, the production studio, made from marble with these slate tiles in these alternating shades of blue and teal on the top. You can see there is a statue outside that seems to be reminiscent and carved of the first king of Tarkir, Tarkaz Omen, which, Twig, you would know from your extensive studies is one of the most rare, most powerful cards in Kingdoms and Castles, which explains why there's a whole ass statue of it. So, with that, you head inside, and as you enter, you can see that this area is quite busy. There are several counters in here, each with display cases behind them with a collection of different wooden cases for your cards to go in, what seem to be different cards that are on display. And on top of that, there is so much. The only way to put it is merch. It is just Kingdoms and Castles swag that you can purchase from the store that is all official, licensed by the Kingdoms and Castles production company.
Amazing.
And as you enter, you can see that there are certain people that seem to be wearing these, I guess, lanyards is the best thing to call.
Oh my
They're
God.
They're amulets, and they're bright yellow, and they have the Kingdoms and Castles logo on them. And you see one man in front of you as you first enter who greets you with a big smile, except you can see that his amulet is more resplendent. It seems as though that he's probably somebody who has a bit bigger sway here. And you can see he's a shorter, not shorter, sorry. He's like 5, maybe 5'9", 5'10", not shorter. I don't know why I said that. He's definitely wide though. He's got a bigger belly and he has this long cape coming down off of his shoulders, a cloak, a trimmed goatee, hair parted in the middle as he greets you with a smile. And he says, "Well, hello there. Welcome to the Kingdoms and Castle store. My name is Thomas My Antes, the founder of the Farrer wing of Kingdoms and Castles cards. Is there something I can help you with here, young lady?"
Yes, I was looking to sign up for the tournament in a couple of days.
Oh, yes. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. If you would head to that counter over there, a good associate, the co-founder of the Farrer wing, a Fro over there, if you head straight to her, she'll be able to get you all signed up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And as you look over, you can see apparently the co-founder of the Farrer wing is a bullywug. Just like a frog person, just sitting there talking to people, holding up conversation. You can currently see Fro is actually playing Kingdoms and Castles with somebody else as she's like signing people up. Twig, you found your people. So, do you head over to Fro?
Oh yeah.
Okay, all right. You walk over. You can see several people that are here. As you get further and further into the store, into this area, the first 4 cases and countertops, they're towards the front half of the store. The back half of the store, you can see there is this large stage or platform at the very, very back end that currently has these 2 braziers that are currently burning, the very, very beautiful shifting colors. And there are maybe 10 or 12 very finely detailed carved wooden tables that line the walls with chairs set up. And you can see that as you get closer, you can actually tell that these tables were specifically made to play Kingdoms and Castles. As okay, I don't know if anybody was ever this deep into Yu-Gi-Oh, but the play mats that you could get that told you where to put your cards.
Yes.
But also,
I
hold
would
on,
put
did
that
I
in.
already get one of these tables for the ship? Because I feel like I remember this happening.
Yeah, I think you did. You got like a wooden, smaller version that you could set down on a table, and you could do it there. These are made where they are the slots for the cards are carved into the table, where these tables are meant for Kingdoms and Castles play.
I had the arm thing for you.
I did too.
Amazing.
Oh my God.
I wanted the arm thing so bad.
God, they were so cool.
They were.
So you make your way up, and you can see Fro is also wearing one of those very resplendent yellow amulets around her neck. As you approach, she says, "Oh, hello there. My name is Fro. I am the co-founder of the Farrer wing. Is there anything I can help you with today?"
Yes, I was looking to sign up for the tournament.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. I always like seeing, younger people getting involved. Sometimes, well...
And she looks towards a group of people that are a little bit older that you can tell take this game very, very seriously.
Sometimes...
Wait, doesn't? Excuse you?
It is, well, sometimes people can, well, regardless, I'm happy to see younger people getting into the game as well. So,
Right.
all I need is a name, for you to pay the fee, and then to say which bracket of play you'd like to compete in. So, first things first, the name?
Oh, Twig Forrester.
Twig Forrester. Wonderful. And she, has this, a double take down at, a sheet of parchment and, looks up at you. Forrester?
Yes.
Just gonna make a history check. Okay, that wasn't very high.
I wouldn't think Fro would know much.
Oh, things have... you
Okay.
haven't met Fro in
Never
a while.
mind.
Fro's a history nerd now. All it took was kingdoms and castles,
Lol.
but sadly she didn't
Fair.
She didn't roll very high. I thought I've heard that name before. I guess not. So Twig Forrester, is that with 2 R's?
Yes. Wait, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Forrester. Let's see. Which deck will be you be using?
2 R's, yes.
Well, is it 2 R's or
the-
3 R's? Because there's 4 and then the R at the end.
The Ephera deck.
You know what I meant.
The Ephera deck with some of the expansion cards. I don't have all of them yet. Only Morning Light, Alec, Morganix, and Varnest.
You have the... Thomas! She has the cards we designed!
Oh my
And
God,
Thomas
so
turns
cute.
around and Thomas... What? She does? And he runs over to you.
No, not
Wait.
all of them
You don't...
yet.
But you have some of them? They've made their way into rotation?
I suppose so, yes.
Yes. And Twig and Thomas, they'll high-five each other. And... Oh, yes. Have you had a chance to play with them yet? How do they work? Are they good?
Oh, well, yes, Morning Light is now my favorite card.
Oh, he's just the best. Fro and I are actually fairly good friends with the Wardens, and, Morning Light is just the sweetest boy, but if Alex sets him on you, he'll definitely rip your throat out.
Oh, wait, so you've met them then?
Oh, yes,
And you've met Morning Light?
yes, in fact, the Wardens actually saved my life. And, well, they helped me discover something real about myself and helped reawaken my passion for, trading card games. Strangely enough.
Figures just dinner plate eyes.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
what were they like then?
oh my goodness. They were all so, well, I don't want to say stoic, because only some of them were, and only some of the time. But they were really cool. They could do these really crazy things. But let's see, Alec was, she was so focused all the time and she could get so angry, but then she would she smoked a lot of Pidus. And whenever she smoked Pidus, she always acted differently. I don't know which version I liked better,
Alf laughs really hard at that.
but,
Well, let's hide us then.
oh, it is a,
Alfian narrows
What do
his
you-
eyes.
It's
shakes
not
his head a little
illegal.
bit.
Into drugs. Get Twig into drugs.
Oh my god.
Then, shakes his head a little bit. No, fam.
Um,
Move on.
well, it's something that the natives of Afera hold very sacred to them. And he kind of looks at you like,
Oh, now you're making it fucking worse, buddy. Alfian just fucking face palms.
Thomas shrugs. He's like, I don't know.
You know where to get some there, though?
Amazing. Oh, the lady making dolls! That's where you go.
Sadly, there's been a shortage in the
Absolutely
supply
innocent.
chain due to everything that happened in Afera. But that was Alec. Then let's see. Oh, Morning Light. Oh my goodness, Morning Light was so nice. He would sit on your lap. He'd be so kind. You'd try to pet him, and then you would accidentally cut your hand because, well, he's not like a normal dog. He's got scales. So you could sometimes cut yourselves on the scales. So that was always rough when that happened. And you can see Fro kind of like puts her hand on Thomas's shoulder and is like, Thomas, I think that's enough, at least for now. I don't think you need to say so much
Can
about each one.
I ask one question then? He's
of course.
got old scales, right? So with his hair, is it more coarse or is it like fluffy?
So his underbelly it's not coarse, but it's not fluffy. It's like kind of in between, where it's a little scratchy, but it's really soft too. I don't know. It's very strange. I'm trying to think. I wouldn't say fluffy. A little coarse, but it's it just is. It's a fun sensory. I don't know. It's very hard to pin down.
I wish I could meet a Dublin one day.
And you can see Fro and Thomas, they kind of look to each other and smile a little bit and share a look as Thomas says, well, hopefully one day you'll get to meet one.
Can I insight that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can definitely insight it.
I'm gonna see if Twig catches on though. We'll also like to note this is the first roll I'm making for Twig with her new Twig dice. And it's to the side of that Doglin, which I just enjoy so much. And that was a 19.
Hell yeah!
23 on that insight.
Good investment.
So, I would say there's something going on here that Twig becomes acutely aware of. You're not exactly sure what's going on, but something leads you to believe that when he said that might mean something related to. You're not sure if it's Morning Light specifically or just the Doglin species. You're not super sure, but something will be happening where you may or may not get a chance to meet.
Twig's eyes and her smile is just so fucking wide. Do you think she's gonna burst?
And you can see Thomas and Fro smile at that.
Yuri's gonna try and be helpful, and she kind of like looks over her Twig's shoulder, kind of at the Doglin card, so she can get an idea of what a fucking Doglin looks like. And then she's gonna describe it to Lucky in the best way she can, and then let Lucky have free reign in trying to become a Doglin. So, it's up to Lucky how he interprets the description.
Lucky does it backwards. He becomes a pangolin that has dog hair.
Oh my god.
Just a hairier penguin.
Yeah,
have hair.
Standing on the back legs, doing the little ooh-woo fingers that pangolins do. Is this right? Did I do it right?
I don't know.
Thomas is like, oh my goodness. Oh, that's a very interesting pet you have.
Oh, he's doing his best. He's not actually a Doglin, as is very obvious, I think.
That's also not a Doglin. I don't know how to break it to you.
Yeah, it's a Lucky. You did a very good job at trying.
Oh, and Lucky's gonna turn into a slug.
Damn.
Oh, Lucky, you did a really good job.
Okay, he'll turn into a snail
I'm
instead.
very proud of you.
Oh my god.
Okay, he'll turn back into a dog.
Standing there, confused out of his goddamn mind, but trying so hard not to laugh.
Yeah, Thomas.
He's gonna consolidate this fucking snail.
Thomas nods and he's like, oh, honestly, that's not the strangest thing I've ever seen. I thought that it was just that thing, but no, it's like a shapeshifter. That makes a lot of sense to me. When you spend time around the wardens, well, you have to get used to seeing weird things. There was one time where Zamir, he, I don't know, it was strange. He bent literally the entire existence of everything around him, and he fought against a fiery lady. It was crazy. Fun times.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I guess one other thing. Do you have some of the Affair cards then?
And you can see Fro and Thomas kind of share a look, and they have a conversation with eye contact, not sharing any words. And Thomas kind of like does like pleading eyes, and Fro looks down at Twig and says,
Well, we do have cards.
and as you do puppy eyes, go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Wait, Nalfield will also. Oh, okay, so give her advantage. Never mind, that's fine. She already gets advantage.
Yeah,
for puppy eyes.
the puppy eyes are advantage.
Yeah, because now he's gonna make a little gesture behind him, like we got the funds to pay you for it.
Oh, I don't even know what a persuasion is. Yeah, it's +0, so it's a 30.
Oh,
New
nice!
twig dice, baby. New
Whoa.
twig dice. Hello.
Yeah. Only use the twig dice, even as Carousella, like for real.
Okay. So just to double check, you have Morning Light, Alec, and Varnast, and Morganix, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And Twig, like Thomas didn't even need the persuasion check. He was already willing. But Fro is definitely the less emotional of the two. And Fro says she is about to say no, but then you do the puppy eyes, like fucking like zoom in like Puss in Boots, you know?
Hell yeah.
Okay. Listen.
Cards.
This is what we can do. We were supposed to give some away as prizes for winning, but we did come with a few extras to sell just in case things turned out really well. And, well, it seems like you care a lot. You already have some of the cards. So while we can't sell any of the ones we brought for people who win matches, what we can do is we can sell you the second expansion for Athera, which includes 2 new heroes. Specifically that of a dragonborn by the name of Tauren Shadowstone and
Aww.
a half-orc by the name of Oyvind Aki. We can sell you those 2 cards to add to your deck, and then who knows, maybe if you continue to win matches, you'll have the rest of the Wardens of Athera as part of your deck.
I've never heard of those 2 cards before, so yes.
Okay.
You can see the two of them. They have a small conversation once again about how much to sell them for because they haven't gotten this far yet because the tourney's not until Monday.
Well, what do you say since they are new to 25 gold apiece?
Already handed it over.
Oh, wow, okay. I thought your dad back there was going to pay for it, but nope, you just have that money. That's crazy. Oh, man.
Fro kind of like grabs the money and we'll tuck it behind and she'll hand you the 2 new cards, that of Tauren Shadowstone and Oyvind Aki.
And she's just absolutely just enraptured in the cards. Just like investigating every single detail of it, you know.
Yeah, you can see that
Studying the cards.
the art for Tauren is really interesting. It is obviously all of these are in that like tarot sort of Dragon Age character card inspiration where they're very almost impressionistic in the way that they depict the characters. And you can see that the Tauren card is divided down the center, and there is one half of the card that is bright and covered in light, and the color of his scales come off as brighter and lighter, the blazing warhammer illuminated. And then on the other half, everything is angled down as opposed to up, as everything is darker and covered in shadow and shade, the eyes glowing this deep red. And then on the Oyvind card, you can see that there are these like specters and spirits that are floating out of this crystal ball in front of him that are just sort of enveloping him and enrapturing him like a tornado. It is pretty cool. And the cards themselves also do cool things.
Fucking sick.
Yeah. And Thomas kind of looks at the group of you and like looks at your weapons and armor.
Wait a minute. Listen, I hate to pry in people's personal lives, but do all of you... Some of you... Listen, I'm a studious man, if you can't tell. And I like to be well-read on the events of the world. three of you I I think I recognize from what happened in the Highland Pass.
That would be correct.
That was you. Ooh.
I mean, how many dark elves do you see looking this handsome moving around?
Thomas will his eyebrows will shoot up and he'll kind of nod. That's a fair point. I haven't thought about it that way before.
Telekinesis flick in the back of the head. We say.
I was gonna say, Trig doesn't even notice that. She's gonna shoot you a glance, but nah, she's too enraptured.
Yeah, she's no. That's right. That's how I'm now kicking away with it. She's living her best life right now. But Dalvin will kind of grab the back of its neck and be like, well, I mean, it's just a joke. I mean, I'm sure there's other very handsome men around.
Well, it was very nice meeting the three of you, and then, also the three of you. Do you adventure with them?
Looking towards Lila, Yorick, and Blossom. Blossom will nod.
Yeah,
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
recently.
so then it's fair to say that all of you have been on heroic deeds together?
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Well, it was wonderful meeting all of you, and I look forward to seeing you at the tournament.
And then Fro will kind of,
Wait, I never finished signing you up. I'm very sorry. Which bracket of play would you like to participate in, Twig? Would you prefer to play in the minor championships, or would you like to play in the professional league?
In the professional league, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, with the 2 new cards, you'll have your work cut out for you, but I look forward to seeing what you'll do. So, in order to sign up for the professional leagues, it will be 100 gold sign-up fee.
Already over.
Okay. Okay, wow. You
Now
have...
can't even reach for his fucking wall. Jesus.
That's it.
Now, once
Trig's
again,
been ready for this.
I thought that Dad was going to do that, but
You're
It's-
giving it platinum as well. She'll be that bitch.
Oh my god. She's ready.
you are definitely a group of adventurers. Oh my. Okay, well,
and she'll put her signature on it. She'll hand it off to Thomas. Thomas will sign it. And they will take it off the small clipboard. They'll hand it over to Twig for Twig to sign.
I don't imagine Twig's had to sign her name that often before.
No.
So she probably has a moment of panic. Thanks for a moment. Panics again. And then eventually just does the world's most basic signature of just Twig.
Okay.
all right. Well, there we go.
And they'll take it off. They'll fold it up into a trifold. They'll put some wax on it. They'll seal it, and they'll put it in a small container where they've been signing off all of the signups.
Well, with that, you are contestant number 78 out of a maximum of 100. So you'll definitely have your work cut out for you, but I look forward to seeing what you bring to the table. Is there anything else I can do for you or any of you others? Would any of the rest of you like to purchase a deck to help her? Train, maybe?
Oh,
Yeah, all right.
The greatest anyway.
Well, all right.
Let's just play it against Yorick yet, so.
Shit.
Oh, you would like to purchase a deck? We have almost any nation in all of Illica here, and even some special extra planar decks as well. Is there anything in particular you'd like me to see if I have?
You know what? Pick 2 to surprise me, and then I'll decide.
Okay.
She'll look at you. She'll look at your weapon. She'll look at your armor.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
And she'll leap over the counter, and she'll start looking through all the different decks that she has over the place. While she's doing that, is anybody else asking Thomas anything, or are you guys just because it's gonna take her just a hot second to find it, or are you guys just kind of waiting for her to get back?
Nalfian will procure the one where Thor is from. The fracture.
Yeah, the Fractured Peninsula. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he'll ask for that one.
Cool.
Okay, so Fractured Peninsula 1, Fro will go get that one as well. Okay. Okay, all right. Cool. So go get the Fractured Peninsula 1, and then the 2 surprises for Yorick. Okay, so she returns with 3 decks. She hands the Fractured Peninsula 1 to Nalfian and says, for the Fractured Peninsula 1, the full starter deck, you're looking at 75 gold pieces.
You will pay her.
Okay, thank you. And then for you, my good friend, I have 2 decks here. Both seem to fit, what looks like the way you like to do things.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So I have the Dwarves of the World Crown here, heavily armored fighters to the end, and then also I have the Blazing Knights of Odero.
Ooh.
Yes.
Are they the same price?
Mm-hmm. All starter decks that exist in the material plane are the same price, 75 gold.
Yeah, I'll do Blazing Knights. Why not?
Wonderful choice. And she'll slide the deck over, and she'll, to you and Nalfi, and she'll say, for your generous contributions and purchases, I'll give both of you a free deck case to keep your cards safe. And she'll set down 2 engraved wooden cases for you to keep your cards safe in, each one representative, having a small, simple symbol on each one to denote what deck they are.
Yeah. York's just
very
going to look
much.
at the art. He's not going to read what they do.
Hell yeah.
And you want to play against Twig?
That's so great.
They wanted to play. Just want something to look at. The art's cool.
Yeah.
Picture book to him.
The art in and of itself is worth it.
Oh yeah, dude. Card game art is cool.
As she hands it over to Nalfian, Nalfian's gonna kind of like whisper over to Lila. Can you make a phone call? This is the second time Nalfian's referenced phones. Scratch that.
Can you remember, got contact with Thor still?
Yes.
You think he'd sign something?
Yeah. With that ego?
Nalfian will just wink at Lila, like, you know what to do.
Appreciate it.
No problem. She will. Do we want to wait? Because he's a quick man.
We don't gotta do it right now.
Yeah.
No. He's
Okay,
supposed to
she'll just sigh and then tuck it in her brain for later.
Do I?
Whilst we're there, could Yuri talk to Thomas as well, by the way?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, as Fro is going to get the decks and she just returns with them.
Yeah.
Thomas has just been sitting there making idle conversation with all of you, but easy enough.
Okay. So she's gonna say, so you knew the Wardens of Athera?
Right?
Yes,
I did very closely, actually.
Did you know, so you knew Morganix, I'm guessing?
That I did.
Lila will perk her ears up and then scoot closer. She also knows Morgana.
And was there somebody called Duncan Baines that you happen to know?
You can see sadness wash over Thomas.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I knew
I didn't-
Duncan.
To upset you.
No, you're fine. It's he was a good friend of the Wardens and a very kind man. Sadly, he's passed on.
Right. I'm really sorry. I was wondering if there was anything that could possibly, something that connected the two of them that was different from the other Wardens.
Oh, that connected Duncan and Morganix.
Or something, that only the two of them had or did, or something that didn't happen with the other wardens?
As far as I'm aware, both of them attended the College of Hearthcrest, and did their studying there. In fact, Duncan was a professor there for a time, before departing to Afera to continue his studies in the natives' culture and magic.
Is there something specific that you're looking for, River? Sorry, I don't know if I'm missing the mark here.
Oh, it was Morganix and Duncan's names. The ones with the paper, where they had weird shit going on with that paper when we found the burned names in Wheat Hill. So I'm just being extra.
That's right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Got it. He will elaborate and he will say, yes, well, I don't know if any of you had heard beings. Morganix actually had, in one of the enemies that was against the warden, she had died. She was killed, disintegrated actually, turned to dust. Luckily, the party was able to commune with Ayun and other deities, and her body was reformed, and she was returned to life. And they were able to defeat Korvac and bring some modicum of peace back to Afera. But there is, at last I knew, Morganix planned to head back to the college, actually, to share her findings with the headmasters, in the hopes to procure allies for the coming, whatever may happen. Alec, Varnast, and
Do you know when
Torrin.
she'll be back?
Sadly, I don't. There was still a few things left to do by the time I left. I had to take a ship, though. I don't have the luxury of teleportation. But yes, it is a sad time, to say the least. Duncan, sadly, while he was saved initially by Varnast, after being corrupted by the Dark One, it seems as though the effects of whatever magic brought Duncan back to life weren't permanent. He passed peacefully. The wardens near him and his wife by his side. So, both of them were in a state of limbo in terms of death and life, but Morganix is back now and Duncan has passed peacefully.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know. I'm sorry for bringing up something
No, it's good.
so painful.
No, I would never want to stop talking about someone just because they've passed, because then their memory doesn't get passed on. And if I can share with all of you that Duncan was an incredibly smart and brave and wonderful man, and that's the memory you have of him, then I'm happy to do so, even if it makes me a little sad.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
She's gonna step away before he asks why she's asking such a really good question.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, the cards have been purchased. You all have your items. Is there anything else you wanted to do or handle while you're in the Kingdoms and Castles store?
York would have something, but it would be like while everyone's leaving. It'd be slight, so if anyone else has anything, they can go first.
Nope, I'm good.
So everyone else had their business. We would have just been looking around, just taking in everything, not specifically wanting to do anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I think as everyone's kind of like doing their own thing, like York would kind of lean in and he'd be like holding up his deck as if he's about to ask it. He'd kind of lean into Thomas. Yo, but seriously, do you know where I can get some pitus in the city?
Yes, there's actually an older lady who has it disguised as a doll shop. You can find almost anything from her.
All right. right? Do you know how much it's running for? Because I tried that shit once and it was wild.
Oh, yes. I usually have some if I'm extra anxious on a certain day. So I have it helps a lot with that. If you would like, now that affair is back in the, back in trade and all of that stuff, the prices have gone down. I think that for a single serving, we'll call it that. You'd be looking. You'd be looking at about 10 gold, and then each serving after that, an additional 10 gold.
Okay. All right, and I mean Yorick knows who they're talking about, right? Because he wasn't involved, but he saw that whole doll situation.
yeah. Exactly.
Cool. And he'll just slide him he'll just slide him 10 gold. Your next one's on me. Thanks, friend.
Oh, thank you for paying for the thing that I use to manage my anxiety. I very much appreciate that.
Anytime, dude.
You see the two of them share a look.
And Yorick will walk away, very excited.
Okay. As all of the party begins to exit, as you are stepping out, Thomas kind of following you out, there is someone else that enters as all of you are leaving. You can see an elvish man, darker skin, hair shorter at the sides, longer on top, wearing very fine merchant's clothes. And you can see Thomas explodes with delight. Oh my goodness! Sven, it's so good to see you again. Oh, as Thomas runs up and gives this elven man who just walked in a hug, as Sven goes, listen, Thomas, I understand that because you know Varnast, you think we're very close, but Thomas, I've never met you in person before.
Oh my god.
So, the hug, I will do this once, but please, Thomas, it's great to see you, but we've never met before. As, Thomas will sort of recoil. Oh, I'm sorry. I just get excited whenever I see anyone that knows my best friends. Yes. Where's the sign up at? I have a score to settle. You know, Varna, and the two of them start walking away, and he starts telling the story about how Varnast beat him in a game of Kingdoms and Castles, and he has to win to prove to Varnast that he's better than him.
Twice.
Exactly. And Thomas laughs at that, and the two of them head over, and they begin speaking with Fro as Sven goes through the same sign-up process that you went through.
I'm gonna fucking beat his ass.
Goddamn. Okay.
Amazing.
So with that, all of you exit out onto the corner of 9th Street and Riverbend, ready to head on to your next chore. And we're going to go ahead and take a break right there because it has been 3 hours. So we've been going for a while. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back at, let's aim for 56, 5 minutes. All right? Okay.
Cool.
Break time. out. We're back. Okay, hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're going to dive right back into the session. So, picking up where we left off, our group had investigated the cultist den that was in Hearthcrest. All of it was abandoned. The corpses there were brutalized and destroyed. They were able to find a little bit of information, a couple of magical items, and then they headed to the Kingdoms and Castles store, where they bought a couple of new decks of Kingdoms and Castles cards, and Twig purchased 2 of the Wardens of Afera as cards, the 2 newest cards, Oyvind and Torin. She purchased those cards. Nalfian and Yorick purchased 2 new decks each. And as they were leaving the store, there was a man named Sven that entered the store that seemingly knew about Varnast and apparently had a very close relationship with Varnast. So they talk to Thomas as all of you exit. And as all of you exit back into the city of Hearthcrest, where do you want to go?
I know Lila needed to go to the bank today, and Twig wanted to go to the post office, but was there anywhere else that we wanted to go? And, like, honestly, we don't even need to, like, RP the bank. She just wants to pay off Alistair's debt.
Yeah, okay.
Nalfian wanted to go to, like, a blacksmith or something?
Yeah.
If possible?
For sure.
Wait, so we're doing shopping today then, or?
Oh, I mean, we don't have to do that today. Any day. That's just that. I think that's like the most downtime stuff he had was just that. So if we have other things we need to do today, we can do those.
Well, I guess, do we want to focus on a lot of the downtime stuff, or do we want to get to the college? Because once we get to the college, I imagine that's going to take some time.
We should. I mean, if you're taking my preference, you guys should probably do the rest of the downtime stuff today, so that way you can, get it out of the way today. And
well, in that case, let me pull up my fucking list. Okay. Okay, so I want to take him to the planetarium at some point. Doesn't have to be today. Maybe tonight. Who knows? Conservatory. Yes. Buy a new dress. That's probably the most close to that. Yeah, I guess probably the most important one would be buy the dress for additional doof for today.
So is there stuff we want to do as a group, or do we want to break off and do like individual shopping stuff? Because I know a few people have things they want to get.
Yeah, we can split off. Divide and conquer.
Quickly.
Okay.
Everyone okay with that?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who wants to come with Lila?
You're
Go
I guess I'm focused near where the post office. I'm going with you as well, but then I also need shit. So I'm just gonna
No, we can all go. I'm down. You just keep moving as a group.
I'm okay with that.
okay, I'll put the group token back down.
Because it seems like everyone has similar shopping to do anyway, so.
Okay, alrighty. So easy enough. You can head to go and get the dress, which would be, let me see here. So actually, most of the shopping that you guys are going to want to do, it's all up here in this top area anyway, near Arcanum and Mageway and Jefferson Street. Most of the shopping that you guys are going to want to do, whether it be arcane or actual blacksmithing or clothes shopping, is all going to be in this area. So
Nice.
make your way up. And then you're close to the planetarium and conservatory as well. So
Yes.
hell yeah, dude. Okay. Alrighty. So let's just go down the list here. Let's just start with Lila shopping. She's buying a dress.
Yes, so the dress I talked to you about, she's looking for that, like, almost like night blue, with the long, like, bell-looking sleeves and everything. Something that looks just more akin to being, like, a cleric. And something that'll match her new, like, Aurora Borealis-looking, armor that she's got, along with the Ioun Stone. She just wants to be more cohesive, because she also has purple wings now, so she's got to upgrade. So I imagine she's probably going to a store she's used to frequent and is Gotta like go in. You know when you go in, there's like personal shoppers. Yeah. She'll probably just go in and be like, I'm looking for this. Can you guys help me out?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, sorry, I was just double checking something here. So as you are going through and heading into the tailor, the sounds of the city and the river fade behind you, still present. And the area you enter is quite fancy, as it is the area where most of the more affluent members of society will come in order to get their clothing. So, as you enter the, no, that's a little too aggressive. That's a little too aggressive.
Too imperial.
As you enter into the tailor, you can see that there is a tiefling man at the very back corner who you typically work with. He's a tailor that came to Iverion from Tarkir, Jacques. And as you enter, you can see Jacques explode with excitement to see you. He says, "Oh, Lady Tatiana, it is so wonderful to see you after such a long hiatus. You finally come back. And, oh, my goodness, dear. I hope you know that I mean this in the most kind way, but you look in shambles right now."
I know, it's tragic.
It is.
I need a whole new makeover.
Yes. Let's get you figured out right away. Oh, my goodness. Oh.
So here's the thing. I need something that will be able to hold up, because this was beautiful. I love it. I adore it.
Of course,
but she just didn't hold up as I went on an adventure, and now I'm doing the most crazy psycho things. I don't even want to get into it. I'd rather pretend like I'm not doing that for like 2 seconds. So, but I need something that says she knows what she's talking about. Definitely, we want to pull in Corellian cleric vibes for sure, and definitely something that'll match this. And she's gonna obviously like point to her new breastplate, which has a lot of vibrant colors and things. I'm thinking night sky vibes. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes. Well, Lady Tatiana, I think I have just the perfect thing that you need. That will be perfect for your travels, and incredibly adaptable.
Jacques, you were perfect.
Of course, I know. And you can see him head back into the back and come back with not what you expected. He sets it down on the table, and it seems to be kind of like a it's made from a very durable material, but it's like a skin tight suit that is like this dark gray color. That you can tell would pretty much go over your entire body, like a full swimsuit, like that tight.
That's very interesting. I would love to know the thought process behind this choice, actually.
Well, you see, one of the things that is beautiful about this material, hard as stone, cannot be cut, cannot be pierced, right? Sadly, if you are hit with a sword or an arrow, it will still hurt you, but the material itself will not be damaged. And then on top of that, well, let's just say that you are someone who's constantly shifting and changing like the seasons, right? Your hair changes color, your skin changes, everything about you changes from day to day, or it could. Well, there's nothing worse than being caught somewhere with an outfit that does not match like you are right now. Nothing more tragic. So, what I propose to you is something very, very new that I've just been able to get my hands on. This is magic that has recently come over from the college. Something that was originally, that originated from Bromskov, very common there, and the college has figured out, and I have now got my hands on. There are different types of materials and magics you can imbue into cloth to have them be incredibly adaptable and, well, magical. So, what I propose to you, what you need a combination of, is not just a shift weave, but also a glamour weave. The two of them combined will allow you to have just the outfit you need for really any circumstance you may go to. The shift weave which is embedded on top of the glamour weave. The shift weave will allow you to embed 5 different outfits into this one piece of clothing here. The outfits are real, they are physical, not illusions. But then on top of that, the glamour weave allows you to create illusory effects all over the entirety of the outfit should you want. So this texture, this shifting color on your breastplate, you could have the entire thing float around you.
Ooh, that's very, very fun. Okay. Wow, you are a genius. I was a little unsure here for a second. It was giving me definitely like secret agent vibes.
You think that I would honestly tell you to wear this?
That's why I said I was surprised. I was like, a very interesting take. Okay.
He's only a little offended.
That's fair. May I try it on?
You may, but sadly there are no outfits in it yet. I need to inscribe those in there. So pick out as many, up to 5 outfits that you'd want to be in it, and then you can try it on. It won't take me but 15-20 minutes to get all of them integrated into the shift weave.
Beautiful. Okay, let me just take a look around.
Yeah.
And she will pick a few dresses. Probably one that's like her normal, like cleric-y, one that'd be more like fancy, and different weather ones too. Probably something a little bit more like warmer. She's definitely thinking more along adventure, less. I mean, definitely fashion is still obviously key, but she is trying to be more prepared for where they're going.
Yeah.
So yeah, she'll pick out appropriate ones for that.
For the dynamic between Yuri and Lila for their friendship, I feel like Yuri went to try and be helpful, but is everything but she's trying real hard.
What do you think of this one? Do you think this would be warm enough, or do you think I need something just with a little bit like thicker sleeves?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, let's keep looking. Here, hold on.
Just yeah.
All right, beautiful. Once the, I don't know, hour goes by of picking, she will give those outfits to Jacques.
Okay. Which, by the way, the shift weave can have 5 outfits. So if you choose 4 fancy outfits and 1 cold weather outfit, you're looking at 315 gold total for the outfits, the shift weave, and the glamour weave.
Amazing. No question. I'm like Twig. Already presented.
It's Twig is cards, Lila's clothes. I love it.
Yeah.
So you pay the 315 gold, and Jacques embeds them into the outfit, and he hands you the skin suit. Oh, the skin suit. He hands you the swimsuit, pretty much, to try on.
And she'll probably shift weave into all of them and do a little fashion show for Yuri. Because originally I was going to say the one that she'll be wearing regularly, but then my brain was like, that's not Lila. So we're doing a little fashion show for Yuri.
Wow, Yuri. I think probably switches off.
Switches off?
No, not like switches off. Like just like internally gay panics.
Oh!
It's just like, good. It's good. It's real good. They're all really good. That's you're like so set for every situation.
But which one is your favorite? Which one should I wear regularly? Because they're all such good options. What would you like to see me in?
I can't say that. Yuri won't say that. She's which outfits do you pick? Like of the 4, like what's a brief description of them, I guess?
The one that she will wear regularly, it's I'll send a picture of the I'm gonna get new Andy art here soon. But I'll send a picture in the I think I sent it to you, Joe. Maybe I can just
I think so, yeah. It was a while ago, but
it was a bit, but I might have it saved somewhere. Upload file, maybe I screenshot it. I don't know. Well, no, my computer doing anything is poop. Okay. Oh, here it is! Wait, nice. Here we go. Here we go.
Where are you putting it?
Enter. In Isles Private. Something like that.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, different vibe entirely. Definitely more cleric for sure.
It's real nice. You'd be like, yeah, no, that's that one. The material's really nice.
Okay, then I'll go with this one.
Yep.
And she will settle on that one, pay Jacques, do the mwah mwah, and be on her way.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, so you do just that. Clothes acquired. New shift weave and glamour weave. So let me add both of these to your inventory on here. I do not believe glamour weave is on D&D Beyond. But we can just add a note to the thing there. Shift weave, wondrous item, add to equipment, and then I don't think glamour weave. Oh no, it is here. Okay, cool. Actually, it's so it is uncommon glamour weave. So we'll just equip both these on you. So the shift weave has the 5 outfits, so you can make a note of which ones are there. But the glamour weave, as it says here, glamour weave is clothing imbued with harmless illusory magic. While wearing the uncommon so you're wearing the uncommon version, which is the nicer one. Uncommon glamour weave can have the pattern rise from the cloth. For example, a glamour weave gown may be wreathed in harmless illusory flames, while the glamour weave hat might have illusory butterflies fluttering around it. And then, whenever you make a performance or persuasion check while wearing the uncommon version, you can roll a d4 and add that number to the roll. Once you use this property, it can't be used again until the next dawn.
Nice. Hell yeah.
And you have one cold weather outfit, which if you're ever anywhere where extreme cold is, you automatically succeed saving throws against those effects.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I will look up art for all of these, but it looks like there's some that have already been provided for me, so love you guys.
Yeah.
Was that true? That's funny.
Yeah.
It reminded me of another piece of thing.
It looks like that though. It's gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Gorgeous. All right. Wunderbar. Okay. So with that, you depart from Jux.
Oh.
Where are you headed next? After you depart from the clothier.
Who's next?
Oh, well, I guess we'll just go down the list. Gemma, you already did all your stuff, didn't you?
Oh, buddy, no, not in terms of buying things.
Okay.
I mean, as a quick note before it gets lost in shopping shit, Twig would want to just stop by the post office just to collect that book that Redemini had sent. That was all that was. But yeah.
Nice.
That book that, like, Nalavia wrote or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, she wants to get that. So yes. But in terms of actually shit she wants to buy aside from the cards, just could have some fucking studded leather armor as well.
Finally!
45 gold.
Done.
Commit to the bit.
Fuck you. Also, see if she can get a new crossbow.
So I will say that would you have been inside with Lila while she was doing the clothes shopping?
I mean, are we going together?
Yeah, you guys are going together. Well, I just know that Nalfian was going to get the crossbow.
Oh shit, I don't know that.
Oh, I mean, you could buy it yourself if you want to. I don't want to. I was just gonna offer to buy it for her. But he does need to go to a blacksmith regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought we were going to splinter off, and they were like, wait, no, we shouldn't splinter off, because everyone kind of needs to do the same shit anyway.
Yeah, that's
so
right,
I was assuming we were together, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're all...
Okay,
I assume
all
we're
right,
just
sorry.
all together at this point.
Yeah, that was
just for convenience sake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So after you depart from the clothing store, then I guess it doesn't really help to go down the list because a lot of the times your things are going to line up with where you're at. So you head to the blacksmith, which is really just right in this sort of right on Arcanum Street right here. There is the magic item store, an arcane blacksmith, and an arcane fletcher, all in a line there. which makes it easy to procure the items you need.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last thing on top of the crossbow to just get bolt refill.
Okay.
Because I feel like it makes sense to do it here before we fucking yeet ourselves into the astral sea.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. So for the stud leather armor, you're able to get that. Like I said, that's 45 gold. And then Nalthian, did you want to get a magical pommel of some kind for the rapier, or did you want to get just like a regular forged one?
He has a very specific order, actually.
Okay.
So if they have like a magic pommel, that'd be pretty dope. But what he's kind of looking for is to kind of recreate the rose shape that was originally there. Just to match the rest of his blade, though, so it'd be like a black rose. But he wants to, if this person is capable, I assume so, get engravings on either side of the blade. The first side, it would be kind of matching the house crest for House Forester. But on the other side of the blade, and like kind of going all the way down to the tip, just like an alteration of like small roses and lilies. Just for his wife and daughter. And just so it's kind of like embedded into the blade.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, so that he just wants that. Like he just wants to make his blade pretty, essentially. But if there is a way to embed magic into that to make it pretty and magical, he will definitely pay for it.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would say you would definitely be able to find what you need there. As you enter into the Arcane Smith, which is the... which is, all of this is connected to the Ebon Sword magic store. You're able to find a dwarvish man in there who seems to be equal parts smith, but also artificer. As he greets you as all of you enter, he says, hi, everybody, welcome in, come on in. And now, Finn, you begin to explain what you want. Oh my, that is, that's quite the beautiful piece of work there. That's something I can definitely do for you. And said with the blade you have now?
Yeah, if possible.
Oh, of course, that's more than possible.
No offense or anything, but they don't make blades like this up here, so.
Of course, I can tell the make, and it definitely finely made. So I can definitely do that. Now, I will say, while I'm etching it, I do have some knowledge of, runic magic as well. So if you'd like me to imbue something else in the blade, I could definitely do that too.
All right. I'll pay for it, whatever it takes.
I did quite a bit of studying with the Goliaths in the Hearthstone up in the Western Salamander. So one of the things I could do is, sadly, you not knowing that magic personally, I can't do much, but for an honest price, I can take one of the runes that older giant warriors would use, and I can actually imbue it into your blade for you. Be a permanent effect, not temporary like theirs are, but still something I can definitely do. And pretty much now, he can add one of the Rune Knight runes onto your sword, and it's just a permanent effect.
Wait, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, yeah, that sounds fucking awesome. Does he, like, describe which one in particular, or do I get, like, a choice in that? Or?
Yeah, you get a choice. And you can choose from any one of the
I don't even know what those are, dog.
I was just about to send them to you while you you read those over. You can figure out which one you want. Price doesn't matter. For any of them, you're looking at 500 gold in total.
Okay. He would also mention If you have any magical crossbows or longbows as well, he'll kind of look to Twig. Thought you might need something like that if we're going to the Astral Sea.
Oh, of course. I do have both of those things, should you be looking for them. You said longbow and crossbow?
No, the crossbow's more important, but if you have a longbow as well.
Sure, I can do crossbow. Crossbow.
Unless, Twig, you prefer the one you have. Maybe he could add something special to this.
I mean, I guess whichever.
Well, it just depends.
I mean,
Are you all
what
in?
you have?
Are you all in a rush?
Today's Friday? Saturday?
Today's Saturday.
The competition isn't till Monday. So we have to stay no regardless.
Because when's Ephron? Is he getting here like...
You guys
Tuesday
don't
or
know,
something?
but meta-wise,
Okay,
it's like a
yeah.
week. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got
Yeah, we'll
time.
see for at least a couple of days, so, right?
Because
Then
if you...
yes.
Oh, you got time. Perfect. I can definitely... I can tell you it'd be cheaper for me to imbue magic in the weapon you have. You see, I take a lot of time and care into making the weapons I do have, but it's really only for people that are in a rush. If you're able to wait around, it'll take me a couple days for each item, but I could definitely do something very similar that I'm doing for his.
Okay, that's good then.
So it really just depends what you're looking for. If you just wanted to hit harder, I can do that, or if you'd like to have a little bit of a small effect added to it, that could also happen. Or both, but of course that just brings the cost up.
I think it might be a good idea to have both.
All right, yeah, sure. So if you're wanting me to turn it into something that just hits a little bit harder, cuts through magical creatures a little bit easier, that you're looking at about 500 gold, and then for an additional magical effect, you're looking at another 500 gold. And for Twig, what he could do is not the Rune Knight features, but any one of the Arcane Archer features he could add onto the crossbow, which I will send you. Gamma. There you go.
I shall peruse.
Mm-hmm. And any of the saving throws would just be based off your spell save for, yeah. So for the three things total, you'd be looking at 1,500, and then if you'd like me to do the same to the longbow you have there, which, might I say, also seems to be very fine make, be an extra 500 gold. And you'd be looking at about a week's worth of time.
I think Nauf was trying to get a longbow for himself.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't Nalfian already have a longbow?
Yeah, but it's just a basic-ass longbow. That's why he doesn't use it.
Well, and what he was saying is he could, the same thing that he's doing to Twig's crossbow, he could enhance it so it's a +1 magic item.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was confused.
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah, Nalfian will go ahead and pay him for that.
Okay, so for those four things, Nalfian's sword, Nalfian's longbow.
Why is there 4? I'm confused.
So Nalfian's sword, and then Twig's getting 2 things for her crossbow.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then Nalfian's longbow. So you'd be looking at 2,000 gold.
Okay. Let me make sure I have
Pay
2,000
for
gold.
our own shit.
Yeah, it's up to
You
you,
do.
fam. Nope, doesn't matter. I mean, he has the gold.
So you just mark off 200 platinum.
Okay, TY.
Yeah. Yep, so you got it.
Yeah, Nalf can just pay for it.
And
He's
Nalf's
got-
pockets are definitely not light after that.
Yeah.
No.
You mean they are light?
No, they are not light.
Oh, he still has quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Dwarvish man, Thoris, which you didn't get his name yet, but Thoris, he'll take those and he'll say, well, all I need you to do is, if you'd be willing to leave the items with me for just a couple of days, come back and they'll be done for you. What do you say to Wednesday next week? Pick up all 3 of the items?
Sounds good.
All right. And believe me, I've worked with many, many, many items in my day. I'll make sure to treat them right.
Nalfian will just shake his hand.
Okay. Alrighty.
So then we can say that he would have explained the things, and you can just tell me sometime before next week's session which Arcane Archer feature you'd like, Gemma, and which Rune Knight feature you'd like, Nalfian. Okay.
Oh, I did that backwards.
All right. And then whatever you want, I can add, I'll pretty much create like a unique magic item that then I'll add to your inventory that has that thing.
Thanks, dog.
Oakley dokley. So those purchases are made. Was there anything else anybody wanted from, whether it be magic item, arcane blacksmith, arcane armor?
Yorick had something, but it would be more of like he'd want to find like a wizard, like someone who specialized more in like magic. No offense to this guy. So I'm not sure if there's like more of a straight magic shop or if this would still be the guy.
No, it'd just be the next building over, literally right here.
Alright, sick.
You ask, he'd say, "Oh, yep, that's what you're looking for." Lady in there. She's kind of the owner of this whole little strip right here. She'd be able to help you out.
Oh shit! Perfect. Thank you. Yorick can make his way over there.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty. So with that, you enter into the Ebon Sword, which you can see that any of the detail work on the building itself seems to be done in either obsidian or like ebony metal. As you enter, you can see a tiefling on the inside running the shop. This one has this like deep like charcoal black skin with these like white eyes that are entirely whited out, and horns that fade from black to white as they spiral out like gazelle horns. You can see her look at all of you as you enter and say, "Welcome to the Ebon Sword. Is there anything I can help you find today?"
Yeah. I was wondering if you were taking custom orders at this time, potentially.
Of course. Time can always be made with the right amount of gold. What was it you were looking for in particular?
Alright, so I was thinking something along the lines of, like, conjuration, but I want to have something that gives me the ability to, like, summon my armor so it, like, appears on me, because it takes a really long time to put it on, and I don't want to get caught off guard and then have to take, like, 10 minutes to put it because I'll be dead by then. So I wanted something to help speed up that process and thought maybe you could help me with that.
Very interesting. I have heard of things like that. So I'm sure that we could come up with something that would work for your particular set of armor. I'm assuming you would like to keep the armor you have as opposed to purchasing an entirely new set?
Yeah, I mean, unless you have something better, but I don't have the most funds right now, so probably just changing this one, though I guess maybe it depends on the price, question mark?
Very fair. Let's see, so we could have it so it's as easy to take off as it is to put on. Still very quick. Say an action. Oh, wow, I almost used in-game talk there. Wow, that's funny. Let's see. So I do have something called cast-off armor, which pretty much in one fluid motion you can take your armor off. So we could do the same thing, reverse the magic. But then you said you wish to have it be able to, like, collapse?
No, I mean, it was really just having it, like, appear on Yorick. Like, he wants to be a Power Ranger. Like, that's what the vibe we're going for. Just, like, activate something, the armor, like, magically appears on him. So it's not like, cool, I'll take 10 minutes to put this shit on. Give me a minute.
Very well. That is something easy enough to come up with. Let's see, I'll need to make the amulet. I'll need to enchant the amulet with both versions of the magic. Time, effort, I'd probably say about 1,000 gold for that.
Give me a second. Yeah, alright.
Alright. Very cool. I'll probably need about a week to make it. But afterwards, you will be able to easily enough attune your armor to it and wear it around your neck.
Rockin'. And Yorick will just place the money down.
Okay. And I would say that for Yorick, that what she would do is pretty much you could do that. It would just take an action to activate the amulet or deactivate it.
Yeah, that seems totally fair.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. Cool.
Perfect. 6 seconds is much better than 10 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, I don't think this will come in useful super often, but it is a pretty glaring weakness of heavy armor that I'd rather not ever be in that situation.
Yeah, and at level 10, it's an appropriate thing to have fixed.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Alrighty. Coolio.
Alright, that was it here.
Sounds good to me. So, you purchase that, and that'll be done in a week before you have to leave. Is there anything else in the magic store area that anybody would like to purchase? To get?
I think I'm good.
It
Yeah.
sounds like we're good.
Very good, very good. Okie dokie. Alrighty. So the shopping is done now. And now I suppose that it is planetarium and conservatory time.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Which one do we want to go to first?
Forced.
Maybe we should go to the conservatory first and do the planetarium at night.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah. So we're just going to the college tomorrow, right? That's the plan. We're just
Yeah, I think so.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. Just want to make sure we were good with that. I'm good. But yeah, conservatory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. So, oh shit. Okay. Okay. All right. So, with that, all of you, you're pretty close. All you need to do is cross the bridge, and you are in the college district of the of the town of Hearthcrest. Easy enough. You're able to find your way around. Lila, you've been here many, many, many times. And you make your way to the conservatory. The conservatory is this large building that is probably maybe 400 or 500 feet across. That has 4 or 5 interconnected domes that sort of lay on top of one another, creating this like almost bubble structure coming out of the ground. And Lila, you've been here many a times, and you know that in this area in particular, different biomes from all around the world are recreated here, with the different plant life and even some animals exist in here.
Ooh.
Not like to the full extent of a zoo. But, you know, like if you go into the Cartagia or Odero area, outside of the walkways and paths, you can see small little lizards or beetles just sort of moving away or moving around and making their way through the sand and the vegetation that exists there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lila will like explain that to everybody, and I know that probably intrigues Twig and Yuri the most, because Yuri mentioned the whole like wanting to be was it herbology that she was interested in?
I mean, Yuri knows like a fair amount about like herbology and all that kind of stuff, surprisingly. So she would find it really interesting.
Yeah, she'll take everyone inside to enjoy the different biomes that we got going on across the world.
I can. So it varies all the way from the Gemstone Archipelago, the hills of Thorol, the coast or desert of Afera, the stretching sands of Cartagia, or even the snowy lands of Tarkir, and all of these biomes. There's even one, I would say, of the specifically that of the Fractured Peninsula, and what nature and vegetation does grow there because of its incredible resilience, given that it lives in such, awful standards. So yeah, you make your way throughout the conservatory, and it is just a small taste of each land within Illica, specifically the material plane. it is, it's definitely interesting and something where most of you haven't been to a different biome than that of Iverion, and the winters you may have experienced here. So yeah. As you make your way through the conservatory, is there anything anybody wanted to talk about? Or are you just taking in the sights, looking around?
I got a thing. Oh.
I was just gonna ask if Lila knew anybody there, like from school.
Yeah, you can see that a lot of times what'll happen is students from the college that are specifying in like natural studies, after school hours, they'll like work here, just to make a little bit of extra money. And I would say there are a couple people that you recognize. Somebody in particular, give me a second here, that Lila would recognize.
Is it an X?
It is, yeah.
Okay, good.
Lila would recognize. Where is that thing at? Why isn't it? There it is. You recognize Dawn, one of the many X's working here. I had to pull up the art where Lila listed them off.
Oh, listed everybody.
Yeah.
She'll like probably see Dawn before Dawn sees her, and then she'll turn around to the rest of the party and be like, "Okay, that one I dated," and then she'll like kind of like awkwardly sidestep away behind them or something.
Wait. Yuri's gonna be like, "Oh, which one? Was it this one or this one or this one?" Listing off.
The girl with the long brown hair.
But yeah, which one was it out of all the ones with the brown hair?
That? Oh! And she's just gonna walk away.
Okay. Luckily, she doesn't seem to notice you, regardless of the kerfuffle your friends are making.
Despite my best efforts, got away.
Okay. So as you continue to walk through, avoiding an awkward interaction with one of Lila's many exes, York, there was something you said you wanted to do?
Yeah, so the conservatory was something that like Aventahala like specifically kind of mentioned when she came to the party, like, "Oh, I'd recommend it." And so York's kind of looking for any sort of a sign she might be here, slight burn mark on the floor from where she walks or teleports away, or he's just trying to see if there's anything kind of out of the ordinary about this place while they're walking.
Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Okay. 16.
16. I would say that as you're looking around, there's nothing strange that you notice like that. But one thing that you do notice is it seems as though people come here to talk, to discuss things, to discuss business deals or anything related to that. So you don't notice any burn marks or anything in that type of way. But you do notice that maybe one of the reasons that she likes it is because it's easy to collect information here. People think that it's mostly just people, taking in the sights and sounds, that they're not going to be listening to conversations that they're having. But in terms of like anything else, no. And maybe she just likes flowers,
Yeah, no, for sure. Okay. Yeah, he's not making like a huge thing about it. He was just kind of like keeping an eye out. So he'll just kind of stop himself and keep looking at everything.
Okay. Alrighty. Anything else in the conservatory?
I assume they probably had like lunch here, like a little picnic.
Oh yeah.
Cute.
A good time.
Hair braiding once again.
The usual.
As always.
No, I think it's just like a nice place for them to finally kind of like relax and catch their breath for once, and
Faux show, faux show.
Faux show. Okay. Yeah. So you take a moment, you breathe, you relax, just taking a moment to enjoy each other's company. While you all eat, is there anything you want to talk about, or are you just waiting until night to head to the planetarium?
I mean, I will just ask, because you were saying to, like, get all our downtime stuff before we go to the college.
I more so meant
Is
the
that what the
shopping
inf-
stuff. Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Well, then yeah, we can just enjoy.
Okay. Sounds good.
Actually, actually, thinking about it now, during their time in the actual conservatorium, I think since Twig only picked up the book earlier, she'd want to probably just read a couple of chapters from there, just whilst they're, like, you know, just enjoying, because I imagine they're just going to spend, like, just idle time there, just enjoying the nature, so she'd like to make a start on that, I guess. Just in somewhere that feels right, you know?
Yeah, of course. And as you're reading through the first couple of chapters, this is definitely, most of what's in here is information you already know and are already aware of. But it's nice to hear it coming from, like, a primary source, you know? Where any of the things that you had assumed so far about the mythos and mythology and origin of House Forrester, it's confirmed through the first few chapters. So, yeah, at least in the first couple of chapters, there's no new information. Like I said, Twig knows almost everything there is to know about it, aside from actually going there and fixing it. But she does get validation of anything and everything she's read so far.
Yeah, she'd just be taking her time with that, just reading through it, just, like, especially if this is meant to be, like, Nullivia's, like, writing. It's just, you know, taking that in. It's not just, like, passive reading, as, you know,
one may do, yeah.
It's like these words are important, even
Yeah.
if they're, like, not saying anything important.
Of course, totally. And like I said, it is very much like everything in this book is written with conviction, and it feels nice to have that connection. Yorick, you were going to say something?
Sorry, I did not mean to. I apologize for that. I would just say at some point, probably when, like, Twig finds something she, like, really likes, there's some cute animals or something, and, like, you know, her and, like, Nalphin kind of walk up, I think Yorick would, like, approach Lila as, like, they're looking at just, like, some plants together. Hey, just wanted to check in, see how you were holding up. You kind of don't seem. Kind of looks to her hair. You as of late?
No, I'm perfect. And she'll, like, just look at him and kind of blink and then look back to the flowers.
Do I need to make an inside check?
You know, it's, yeah. With all the clues, you could tell there's something going on, but she's, like, definitely acting like there's not.
Okay. Does Perfect Lila want to talk about it, or does she just need a friend to do some fun stuff with and get her mind off things?
I mean, there's not really much to talk about. Is there something you want to talk about? Something on your mind?
I mean, we learned that Hearthcrest is still in a lot of danger. I mean, I'm kind of worried about that, and, you know, you live here, so I figured you must be worried about that.
Yeah. It's not great news.
Yeah.
And I know you felt like yesterday was successful, but to me it didn't feel successful because it means that the problem has only been resolved for maybe a month, maybe shorter, maybe longer, and then by the time it's back, I'll be gone. And I don't know what to do about that.
You feel you need to stay here?
It's my home.
Yeah.
I don't want to see it destroyed by a giant dark dragon.
That's a fair thing to feel. I would not want my home being destroyed by a dark dragon either.
And it seemed like that was potentially in the cards, according to the letter from Paraido.
Yeah, Yeah, I get the impression he's a real git.
He almost gave me a beard, like, a month ago.
My god, how many Forsaken have you people met?
Oh, I think just... Now is it 5? I might be miscounting. I feel like now it's 5. But I didn't actually meet him. We ran into a bunch of his, like, offspring? Offspring?
Oh.
Not like that.
Oh.
Beings?
Not like Malice?
Yeah, not like Malice. Like, contaminated people of his...
Lycanthropes.
Lycanthropes!
There you go.
York's just nodding as if he understood what you meant the whole time. Like, yeah, infected people, totally.
Yeah, infected people.
Same thing.
And, I was bitten by one, so... Obviously being a lycanthrope is also stressful, but I could not rock a beard, so...
I mean, all of his lycanthropes grow beards, like you just would grow one.
Well, they just all become hairy.
Huh.
You know, it's just been like one thing after another, I think, for a while, so... But it's a good thing you're more used to that stuff, and she'll kind of, like, pat his arm. You coming into this were a lot more prepared than I was.
Oh, you know, just... I mean, it's crazy, right? Because, like, I heard about the Dark One, but, like, didn't really know he was real until that got revealed to me, so that was crazy. But, you know, I was finding out some a whole lot, so it just kind of feels like the next step, I guess, which is still scary, but... I don't know, it's like I've already taken so many steps forward, it's like, well, a few more steps can't be that hard, right? But it's still scary. You know what I mean? You feel like you've come so far that, like, nothing can stop you, but then you take a wrong turn and you run face first into a wall, like, metaphorically, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels like natural progression.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm, you know, Lila, like, I obviously can't tell you, like, what to feel, because, you know, that's super fucking out of line. But, you know, like, I get it, is all I'm saying. You know, when they told me, like, hey, all this shit's real, I was like, oh my god, like, we gotta do something. And they were like, yeah, you need to leave. And so, I mean, like, you know, I got sent away from, like, Macavia, and, like, things are still really weird for House and Scene there. So, I mean, like, I get the conflict, you know, that's all I'm saying. And, like, it's hard. But, you know, you gotta do what's right by you, you know?
That's true. I don't know. Just, you know, it's just a lot. All the time. So.
Yeah.
I know you haven't.
Good.
No, you go. She was
No,
going to
you
change the subject. So.
Oh. Nah, you go ahead, it's fine.
So I know you haven't been a lot of different places, so this is kind of nice for you to see just different biomes and things. Haven't traveled as many places since leaving Macavia, so
Yeah,
sure, it's
no.
kind of nice.
Yeah, out of all the places I visited, Hearthcrest has been my favorite so far.
It's pretty diverse.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, you guys just have so much shit here. It's rad. I mean, like, you just have on, like, corner streets, like, shops, and, like, oh my god, like... I mean, like, you know, if you went to, like, the capital, they'd probably have that, and, like, probably some of the major cities, but, I mean, like, you know, we made do of what we had, but, I mean, I don't know, we didn't have anything like what you guys have. It's crazy.
It's nice here. It's good.
Yeah. Well, anyways, just, think about it. And if you want a friend to just hang out and I can sit there quietly and eat my snacks while you talk, I'm happy to listen. Or, and he kind of like leans in, I bought some Pidus while we were out. And if you're up for it, I mean, we can relax, you know, we can have a good time.
Her eyes will kind of get bigger. I've never tried that before.
Yo, it's a ride. Like, let me tell you. Oh, like, you just have to experience it. It's awesome.
This is like Goody Two Shoes, straight lace girl vibes, and the bad boy. And she's just gonna be like nodding her head, kind of like, okay, sure.
Yeah. I bought 30, so
Oh my god, that's too much at once, right?
What? Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you'd like. I don't know. Die? Maybe. I don't know.
My
I don't know. That could be completely off base. I don't know. I've never smoked 30 at once, but I would imagine that's a bad thing. But I'm also a pretty tough bastard, so I might be fine. I don't know.
I think I would be up for that. Later.
Yeah. I mean, obviously. We're rude to all the other guests.
Thank you for checking in. It's nice.
Can he kind of tell if she even feels like a little bit better, or if that was kind of a moot conversation?
Kinda. There's a lot on her mind, so I don't think one conversation was gonna completely crack it. But yeah, I mean, she knows she has, like, her friends are there, so it's nice just to be reassured again, kind of thing.
Cool. I mean, I'll fuck up that dragon if it shows up. I was.
But we won't be here.
Yeah, well. You never know. Astral Sea, maybe, like, time's slower here while you're there. I don't know.
Maybe.
Magic's weird, man.
It is. Definitely.
Hey, what's your favorite spot here? And he'll just kind of, like, motion for you to, like, show him some of the stuff you liked. Again, just kind of trying to get your mind off of things. We don't have to roleplay it out if you don't want to, but that's kind of where he would lead it.
Aw, yeah. She will be like, actually, I really enjoy it, and then kind of take him on over.
Yeah,
okay. Of course. Alrighty. So with that, as we cut back to the group as a whole after they have their small moment, getting ready to head to the planetarium. Is there anything while all of you are at the planetarium that you were going to discuss other than taking in the sights and sounds of the massive illusory magic display of the shifting constellations and stars in the planetarium that Lila is so incredibly familiar with?
Was gonna tell them a story of the stars.
Ooh.
I have it written out.
Not to ruin the mood, but Twig would probably be talking about this if they were, like, mentioning going to the planetarium, in present. That there was one Elena Winter there, that was on Alice's list of people that you should totally beat because they're cheats, and so if you beat them, you're probably pretty good at shit.
I forgot about the masters you're supposed to beat.
So, if they're going there, I feel like it only makes sense to tick off that person.
Okay.
So yeah, would want to ask around for that person, but yeah, there.
Okay, so as all of you head to the planetarium, getting ready to find this person Twig needs to beat before you head into the actual display of stars itself. Deal with the Pokemon gym leader, yeah. As we get to that point,
get my badges, guys.
Right before Twig can get her badge and Lila can tell her stories of the stars, that's where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Thanks for watching, everybody. I hope you had a lot of fun. You got to get to level 10 and not use any of your features. Woo. Yeah. So with that, thanks for watching, everybody. Hope that you enjoyed. It was one relaxing, lighthearted for the most part session, which that's always great to have. So I hope that you enjoyed. I know I did, and we will see you next time.
Bye.